Okay, now we're starting, Salty.
Okay. Now we're here.
I'm sorry. I should have.
Sorry, we were supposed to start earlier. I didn't. I don't have Discord notifications on, so when you messaged, I was waiting for you to talk.
Oh.
So
okay.
I didn't see the Discord. Yeah. Anyway, hi everyone.
It's okay. No, I'm sorry. I should have warned you. I'm sorry.
No, it was a simple misunderstanding.
Yeah. Everyone's spamming.
Well, welcome to hit a podcast stream thing. Nostalgic Chatters, everybody.
Yeah, I don't mind the spam of hydrates. They're using their fidget toy right now. My chat likes to use the hydrate button as their fidget toy.
Understandable.
But hi everyone, this is a very special episode of Nostalgic Chatters. I am here with the Saltydkdan. If you want to introduce yourself for those who don't know you.
Hello, I'm the Saltydkdan. I like long walks on the beach. I like Pokemon sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
I like hanging out with my friends.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, no, that's pretty much everything you need to know about me. Oh, I do YouTube too. That also is a thing that I do. I do YouTube and I have a shit ass Twitter account. Sorry, can I curse? I didn't know. I didn't even ask.
No, you're so fine. No, you can curse. You can curse.
Sorry. Okay, yeah, I have a shit ass Twitter account that I post like either the most meaningless bullshit that you've ever seen or like actual like very critical commentary about stuff I enjoy. That pisses people off for some reason. But yeah. So, yeah, that's me. I'm a little bit of a funny little guy. I guess. At least some people seem to think so. So, that's me.
People think you're the funny man.
Yeah, people do think that for some reason. I don't know why. But that's a thing that people think sometimes.
Well, wunderbar introduction, Salty, if I do say so.
Thank you. I'm bad at introductions, so.
Nah, that was great. Honestly, the best introduction. A bad introduction would be like you telling me to fuck off and end the stream.
Nice.
But no, actually, so fun fact about you on my channel, actually, Salty. A lot of people, especially the people who watch me, my viewers, it's really funny because everyone on my channel says like, Tim, when are you gonna do a collab with Saltydkdan? Tim, it's gonna come, it's gonna happen. You're gonna collab with Saltydkdan, and I'm just like, I don't know, guys.
And it's here.
It's here.
We're doing it.
In 2024.
You're asking me questions. I'm answering said questions. Mm-hmm. We're doing the thing, everyone. It's happening.
We're gonna do it. I'm gonna ask you questions.
Yeah, and I'm gonna answer those questions with gusto.
Oh, ooh, gusto. What a word.
Yeah, I kinda know words. I'm pretty good at that.
Oh.
Pretty good.
Well, what other words do you know?
Sample.
That's a good word.
Purple.
That's a color. I guess it's a word, yeah.
Jalopy.
Is jalopy a word?
Well, people say it. Doesn't that mean it's a word?
Damn, I guess. What qualifies for a word now? I'm just thinking.
If it's a thing, if I can say a collection of letters together that form a coherent meaning in your mind, I consider that a word.
Fair enough. No, that's fair enough. Jalopy, is that what you said?
Yeah, jalopy.
Jalopy. What is jalopy?
Now, what is a jalopy? Yeah. I don't remember. I'm looking it up. It's an old car in dilapidated condition.
Oh.
Oh, dilapidated is a good word.
Yeah.
Delilah.
Hey there, Delilah. How's it going in New York City?
Going to New York City. I'm 1,000 miles away from you. You're so pretty, yes you do.
I can't say words for the life of me. Oh my god.
I can say words. In fact, I'm doing it right now.
You're doing.
Even if I'm tripping over them like an idiot.
I guess you are still saying words, actually. Yeah, damn.
Yeah, still saying them.
That's so
I can keep
real.
doing this if you want to. I can keep saying it.
Well,
Stuff.
Well, yeah, I do want you to say stuff because I have stuff to say to you.
That's insane. You're blowing my mind right now.
I'm blowing your mind? Oh, well, get ready because that mind is gonna, like, be all over my carpet, my new carpet.
Also, how would you like me to refer to you, by the way?
Oh, you can just call me Tim. I go by she they.
Okay.
You go by he they, right?
Yeah, I do. Either works. I'm not really picky.
Okay, and I guess I should have asked. Salty's okay for me to call you. I know everyone else call you like Derek, but I don't think we're on first name basis, so I don't know.
I mean, you can call me Salty or Derek. It doesn't really matter.
Okay.
As long as you don't call me Shirley or late for dinner.
All right, late
because
for dinner.
I'm neither of those fucking things.
All right, late for dinner.
I literally just fucking told you not to do that.
All right, Shirley. Okay, Shirley.
Can you actually delay the stream so you can make an angry version of my avatar to put over this? So when I get angry, you can just put that over.
I'll just like, I can't draw on my PC, so I'll just draw really fucked up eyebrows.
Yeah, pretty much.
I'll do that in post-cut when I edit this. The drama started going making 20 clickbait videos on this. But no, yeah, so everyone here, everyone who watches my channel, you all know the gist. I'm gonna interrogate my viewer here. I mean, ask questions of their past, not interrogate. I don't do that. Foxway Streams, thank you for the follow. So, alright, Salty, you ready to crack into these questions that I hope you looked at?
I'm always ready for crack.
Good to know. So anyway, my first question for you, what would you define nostalgia to you? And this can be your own definition or from your own life experiences.
Sorry, hold on. I'm braining right now. I'm braining so hard right now. It's crazy. Can you say that again?
Yes.
Maybe slight British accent.
Slight British okay. I don't know if I could do a British accent, but okay, hold on.
Sorry, I'm trying to get my brain back in gear. It's melting a little bit.
Can I do? I don't.
Do you know any accents?
I feel like I should know accents because I'm dating a voice actor.
It would probably be a little bit helpful, yeah.
I think I can do a British accent. Hold on.
Yeah, what would you find nostalgic to you?
What would you define nostalgic to you? And this can be your own definition or from your own life experiences.
Thank you for rephrasing that. Sorry, I'm a little bit brain dead, so I need you to like dangle the question in front of me like it's Coco Melon. Yeah,
well, I don't know
nostalgia.
Okay.
I know. I mean, it helped. It stick in my mind. Anyway,
okay.
Nostalgia. It's kind of, to me, it's like a feeling, if that makes sense. When you think about stuff from when you're a kid, or like something that feels very dear to you, that reminds you of something else, reminds you of like younger experiences, I feel like it's an innate feeling that you have about a specific thing. And yeah, I mean, I guess that's it. Like, I think I constantly think back to, you know, my very formative younger years as like a young person, kind of figuring myself out, stumbling into like interests. Like I feel like the things I'm most obsessed with throughout my life, and even as an adult, are things I've kind of stumbled into. And I have nostalgia for like discovering those things, stuff like that.
I really like your definition. Like it is like you said, innate emotion, like that. That's a very like. I feel like the definition you said earlier was like I could find that in a textbook. You're very linguistic. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I know words like orange.
Yeah,
Purple, again.
You're saying colors, but okay.
Are colors not words?
I mean, they are, but like, is there any other words?
Can things be more than one thing? Can we have more than one experience in our life? Can we have multiple things? Are we a hodgepodge of experiences that we are? Eh?
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Weren't expecting to get this shit from me, were you?
No, I wasn't. Throwing me all sorts of loop balls right now.
Yeah.
I'm trying to like collect myself. Damn, Salty. No, but I do. That's a cat thumbs up emoji for me. Your definition, your answer was cat thumbs up emoji.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah. So sometimes when I can't figure out the words to say or like a response to say just to a good answer, I will just say cat thumbs up emoji to that.
I mean, I can picture it.
You can picture it? That's good.
I can picture that in my mind.
That's good. Is there like a specific cat gif you're seeing?
Yeah, pretty much. I'm well, maybe not GIF, like an image of a cat with like a realistic human hand photoshopped, and it's like giving me a thumbs up. I have a couple of images of that in my camera roll.
I have like a very specific cat thumbs up emoji in my brain of a specific GIF, but Discord GIFs are broken right now. But the realistic hand one is what exactly I'm thinking of, actually.
Excellent. Then we're right on the mark.
Yeah, we're right on the mark. And you know what? We're gonna dodge right. We're gonna not dodge. We're gonna tackle. We're not dodging here. There's no dodging questions here. We're gonna tackle questions. Like how we're gonna tackle this next question. Was there any children's media that you watch as a tot that you think would be impactful to kids nowadays in this growing generation? And I'm gonna throw you a loop one with this question. You can give me a negative impacting and a positive impacting piece of media for children.
That I watched and grew up with.
Mm-hmm.
You see, that's hard because I think that every single person you could ask that question to
Mm-hmm.
has a very specific internal bias of their memories as a kid and the stuff that they experienced as a kid.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
Like I have a bias because when I immediately I immediately start racking my brain of things that I could say for that.
Mm-hmm.
I immediately was like, well, there was no negative things that I had experienced with when I was younger. I loved like everything. I think the stuff from my generation is better than the stuff from this generation. Like, what is this TikTok silliness and all that?
Mm-hmm.
But like, I mean, like, I think my answer will always be like Sonic the Hedgehog.
Mm-hmm.
I still think Sonic the Hedgehog is. I feel like that's kind of a lame answer because Sonic the Hedgehog, like these days, is still like very relevant and still very.
Which Sonic the Hedgehog cartoon specifically? Can you answer that?
Probably like Sonic X.
Mm-hmm.
I think Sonic X, like, oh my god, I actually, if I'm being honest, I actually forgot we were talking about TV.
Mm-hmm. No, it could be.
But Sonic X is very much like if we're talking like TV, I do have a great example of the good and the bad that I could give. So, Sonic X I think is really good.
Mm-hmm.
Even though a lot of people have mixed opinions on it because of its inclusion of human characters, I still to this day I've been meaning to go back and rewatch it. It was very formative for me when I was younger. But I definitely think The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy is one of those shows that would have very positive and negative impacts on people these days, much like it did back when it was airing.
Mm-hmm.
Have you watched that show at all?
So I know of it. I know the clips of it. Surprisingly, I somehow dodged that completely when I was younger. So I did not watch that, actually.
So for the sake of anybody in chat who might not be familiar, The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy was a cartoon that aired on the Cartoon Network back in like the 2000s. And it was a show about these two children named Billy and Mandy. Mandy was like kind of stoic and mean, and Billy was silly and stupid. And they beat the Grim Reaper in a limbo match, and he stuck being their like subservient like servant for the rest of his existence until like they die. Or as the show puts it, he's stuck as their best friend for life. But it's very much a subservient, like, it's like the anti Fairly Odd Parents, where like Fairly Odd Parents is portrayed as like that, like friendship and bond is so
goofy and silly,
so nice and goofy and silly. This is like opposite. Not only is like Fairly Odd Parents one human kid, two magical creatures, Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy is two human kids, one magical creature, and the magical creature does not want to be in that relationship, and that is where a lot of the humor lies. But yeah, no, that show I think it is very outrageous. It felt like it is single-handedly, I think, my favorite cartoon or TV show from when I was a kid. It was very formative on my humor, the sort of stuff that I find funny even now. There was a lot of like gross out humor, which I don't really like gross out humor, but like everything around that was like the perfect sort of humor. And sometimes the gross out humor was so exaggerated that you like can't help but laugh. But I definitely think that if that show existed in today's age, that would be both positive and negative. Positive because I love that show, and it's like a wonderful, like some of the funniest shit I've ever seen in any cartoon ever came from that show, and the crew that worked on it. But also at the same time, I feel like there are parts of it where I'm just like, this kind of feels a little bit brain rotty. There are many jokes. The show liked to do very specific sorts of humor based on repetition, where things would just happen over and over and over again, ad nauseum.
Can you give an example by chance?
So there was a character on the show called Fred Burger.
Right, I remember. Yeah, I know Fred. Yeah,
he's a green elephant demon character. He's drawn very cutely. He's very stupid and simple, and his whole thing is that he just is annoying, and he's just like, hello, I am Fred Burger. I like. Oh my God, what did he used to like? He used to like this very specific thing, and he would always like say it, but whatever, it doesn't really matter. The point is his whole joke is that he would repeat a lot of the same things. He would say yes at the end of every sentence he said. Oh no, actually no, he didn't like specific things, or a specific thing. He liked a lot of things. He did. It's like, I like tomatoes, yes. And then he would like say stuff like that. Fun fact, Fred Burger was voiced by the creator of Chowder, a later Cartoon Network show. Yes.
I did not know that.
Yeah, the creator of Chowder also worked on Billy and Mandy and voiced that character. And you can kind of tell just based off of his voice that like he voiced the character. It's very interesting. But yeah, no, I like there's a very well-known clip where the character Billy from titular Billy and Mandy crew has a fear of clowns, and he goes into like a psychotic fit where he just says "destroy us all" over and over and over and over again. Like the clowns will destroy us all, destroy us all, destroy us. It's like a full minute of him saying that over and over again. And I definitely feel like that sort of repetition, like as somebody who repeats jokes often, I feel like that much repetition for certain things is dangerous for kids, because they will just be annoying and be like, what if I also said it a lot?
What if I was like that, exactly like that?
And I can say that because I was one of those kids. I thought that repeating things was like the peak form of humor. And honestly, even to this day, there are certain jokes that I just like repeating because it's really fucking funny to repeat the same joke that's like not that funny until it becomes funny because of the commitment to that bit. So I think it's like both good and bad. But I'm sorry, I trailed off on that question a little bit. I apologize.
You were on track, honestly. It's just like that's such a very specific like that's like a very specific like negative impacting though. Like Every time I ask this question to other people, they say like, oh, Caillou, or like what's another like cartoon I'm trying to think, like or sometimes people, or often not, people will reference like cartoons nowadays, like, oh yeah, I would say Cocomelon's like impacting, even though I didn't grow up with it. Caillou.
Yeah, I mean, I would say Cocomelon if I was like 4, but I'm not currently. I'm like 26, so that's definitely.
No, you totally grew up with it. What do you mean?
Yeah, I mean, I'm growing right now.
Yeah.
So I guess you could say Cocomelon. Like, I could be like Lanky Box.
Oh no!
I feel so bad for kids these days just because of like I don't feel like, oh, these kids need to get off their phone. Well, I do kind of feel like that way. Like, I feel like iPad baby syndrome is like really bad right now. But
I agree.
At the same time, I just really feel that like media for children is not
good.
There is no barrier anymore. When I was a kid, I didn't have access to the internet, so like a lot of the stuff I would see was curated, and could very easily be curated by like, you know, a cable network or something like that. The internet is a very non-curated place, and kids are just kind of thrown into it without any sort of semblance of understanding of what the internet entails, what you could find on the internet. And I feel like a lot of kids are getting either traumatized early, or they're having negative experiences with watching stuff like Cocomelon or Lanky Box that's completely rotting their brains from the inside. Not to sound like a boomer. But yeah, no, I mean, I do think that there are aspects of like that sort of brain rot sort of stuff that existed all throughout history, but I definitely think that we're at a much higher time for it now.
No, yeah, because like I feel everyone's just like, oh, back in my day I didn't have brain rot. Yes, we did. We had our own brain rot.
We 100%. We had our own versions of brain rot. I mean, like, for fuck's sake, like, Sonic the Hedgehog is a little guy that like lives in the back of my brain. And whenever a new Sonic thing comes out, even though I'm like 26, I'm like, oh my god, Sonic.
Oh my god,
the Hedgehog?
Sonic. It's Sonic, guys, it's Sonic, it's Sonic.
Guys, it's Sonic. It's so strange because I remember I thought it grew out of Sonic, but then, you know, a lot of recent Sonic stuff has really got me like back into the series. And the little voices in my head are back, and they're like, oh, dude, Sonic game coming out. You gotta get your stuff together. You gotta play it.
Pull yourself together, soldier. Sonic's out.
But yeah, again, sorry, trailing off of the question a little bit.
No, you're fine.
But yeah.
No, but like I do agree with you though. Like, I like brain rot is like it's different within the years and different for each person. Cause like, well, we get like. Honestly, for the longest time, I thought brain rot was like, oh, I'm obsessed with this thing. Like, that, I was like, oh, I'm brain rotting over, like, creepypasta and all of that. But nowadays, there's, like, two separate definitions for, like, brain rot. There's, like, brain rot's like, oh, I'm obsessed with this. And there's brain rot where it's like, I hear my brother say Skibby Riz toilet, and he's, like, 28.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's interesting because I guess you could use it as like a verb where you're brain rotting about something, but it definitely, I think over time the term has kind of formulated into a descriptor for content that has literally no sort of value. It's not funny, it's not interesting, it's not helping you form a perspective on the world. It is just content for the sake of content. And is meant to numb your brain to the point where you just keep watching regardless of its value. And I think, you know, like it is funny to talk about brain rot in the sense of like joking around and being like, oh, it's ruining, like, oh, it's oh, ha ha ha, it's like brain rot content, so funny. But in reality, brain rot content, oh my god, it is so bad.
It's like, really bad.
We live in the age of the internet where brain rot content is so visceral. Accessible and visceral and like available everywhere, and it's fucking scary. It's scary how accessible brain rot content is. Like, I can access brain rot content from anywhere. I could be getting out of my car to go to like a restaurant or something. I could pull out my phone and have YouTube Shorts up within like a millisecond now. I could be watching like LankyBox, like Sonic.exe roleplay high school in like milliseconds. That's terrifying. That's a thing that I can do.
Every time you say LankyBox, that reminds me of my brother's kids are into LankyBox now.
Oh no.
Like, it's like funny story. So like I collect Pokemon cards, and every time I get Pokemon cards, I kind of like set the extras I have aside. I don't keep my extras sometimes. And like when my brother told me, he's like, oh yeah, the kids are into like Pokemon cards, so I would save my extras to let the kids have them. But one day I said like, hey, I have these extra Pokemon cards, do the kids want them? And he said, no, they're into LankyBox now. I'm just like, what? No.
That is one of the that is so sad. Oh my god, I'd feel heartbroken, I think. Because I'd be fine if like my nephews or nieces were into like anything, right? Like I'm supportive. I love my family. But if they were like, yeah, I just started watching Futuristic Hub Minecraft animations, I'd be like, we need to have a talk. I'm worried about you.
We need to have an intervention.
There are so many things out there, and you chose this.
For real quick, for those who don't know what LankyBox is, it's basically like two grown men screaming at things, and it's not funny. Like, it's not funny like Markiplier, like going, was that the bite of A7? It's literally like two grown men looking at something and just screaming at like random intervals of time.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a little bit more than that.
Is it?
It's specifically targeted at younger people, so like children. And it's two guys who, like, for example, they'll be like, today on LankyBox, we are playing Pomni High School Adventure Digital Circus Roblox Roleplay in real life with Sonic.exe. And it's like so in your face. And it's a constant, like the constant serotonin, constant yelling, constant
I didn't even know about
things
that.
on screen.
I just knew that they screamed a lot. I didn't know that's what they did.
It's so much worse than you would think. And it is very predatory to like this younger generation of people. They're constantly using buzzwords and like the most popular stuff that's out right now. Like they abuse the hell out of stuff like Digital Circus, even Garten of Banban. They have been like abusing to death.
No, yeah, I know about that.
Yeah, and they will constantly lie that they're like, we're doing the secret awesome ending in Garten of Banban Chapter 7, and it's like, I don't give a fuck. Please stop. And you know, they're just it's just a symptom of like a bigger problem. YouTube is just like
the content
so
farming.
Yeah, but we haven't even gotten to the next question. I apologize again.
No apologies. Like, again, this the whole point. Like, I feel like I need to say is again, the whole point of this whole like interview talk show is like, we're gonna talk. We're gonna trail off.
That's true.
We're gonna talk.
But I also want to talk about these other questions because they're good questions and I have things to say about them.
Okay, well, we can move on to the next question because I am interested. What was something you hated or was disinterested in as a kid that you actually grew up to like in your adulthood?
I have the perfect answer for this, and it's something that you might not expect.
Okay.
Action cartoons. Action-based animation.
So Batman?
When I was yes, stuff like that. Batman the Animated Series, stuff like that. Justice League Animated. Ben 10 really didn't click with me as a kid. I liked parts of it. I just didn't really like watching it that much. I liked the concept of it. But when I was a kid, just based off of like what content was fed to me, what media was fed to me as a kid, I had this weird impression that all cartoons need to be funny. All animated things, if they're not funny, why am I watching it? I'm not getting that serotonin hit, right? Like, it's the same thing nowadays. Like, if I'm watching something and I'm not getting this specific thing that I think I should be getting out of it, why am I watching it? And I was under this false impression that cartoons and animation is not a medium, it was a genre. I was a kid and I thought that all cartoons are funny. That is the purpose of them.
Okay.
It was only until I discovered anime when I was in like middle school that it like clicked. It finally clicked in my brain where I was like, oh, this is really cool and fun, and I have been discounting an entire medium of all of these cool things that I could have experienced when I was younger because I thought it was supposed to be funny. And so I went back and I watched through these shows. I watched more like Batman the Animated Series. I watched more like Ben 10 and stuff like that, and I got really into it, and I was like, wow, I can't believe this entire time I thought that all cartoons were supposed to be funny. I feel like I was insane. But like I genuinely hated action cartoons. I hated them. I thought action animation was just wrong. Like,
really?
Yeah, I didn't like it. It just didn't hit.
That's so like curious to me. Just like you saw action animation and just went, no, that can't happen. That's not allowed.
I'm good. Yeah, no, that's not allowed. I'm good.
Oh, okay. I mean, I want to say I was in a similar boat with that actually, because when I was younger, I didn't watch like Avatar: The Last Airbender because I was like that disinterested in it, or like I'm trying to think of like other things. I didn't watch that much of Ben 10, but I know like a little bit of it because my brother grew up with it, or like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, another one. I didn't watch the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Oh yeah.
Until like when I got a little bit older, but no, I get it, like. I get it, but at the same time, it's like, wow, that's surprising. Considering you like JoJo.
It's just so, oh yeah, I'm like a big JoJo head, as many people know. But it is really funny thinking about how I was so averse to like action-oriented stuff. Like the only action-oriented stuff I would watch, I did watch a little bit of Ben 10, but only because there was that occasional humor. I didn't like Avatar: The Last Airbender unless they were making jokes, unless Sokka was on screen and he was cracking some sort of joke. If it was too serious for too long, I would just change the channel, and it just didn't hit. And I feel like my brain got expanded the moment that like I discovered, oh no, this isn't just like one-off shows that I don't click with. I've just been discounting this entire medium the entire time. And when I went back and I started watching these shows for what they were, I started realizing, wow, I was very much wrong. I there's just so many things out there. Like there's so many art forms that I want to experience that make me feel different emotions, and I don't need to be laughing all the time to enjoy something. I think as a kid I equated like laughter to like enjoyment, when in reality, like I've watched plenty of things, I've experienced plenty of things that don't make me laugh, but like I enjoy them. I feel very strongly about them. Like obviously, you know, another great emotion that you can get from watching or experience something is crying. Like sadness can be like, you can have fun while crying. Being sad by being cry, because I think if something makes you cry, it's because you have such a strong investment in it.
To it. Yeah,
like you have such a strong, like a deep understanding or sympathy for it in a way that like you can't not be enjoying it if it's making you cry. Like it's making you feel an emotion that you are visceral about, and you're portraying regardless of if you want to cry or not, you know. That's not the case for every single thing that you could cry about, but you know, that's kind of when you're super into something and it makes you cry, that means something. And that shouldn't be discounted as, oh, I'm not laughing, I don't care about this, you know.
No, that like you're exploding my brain now during this. I'm supposed to do that to you. Hold on.
I think somebody in chat has a really good point where they said like sometimes things I get really into I get angry about, but in like the best way possible. Like either on one hand I could love something so much that if I experience something that I don't agree with fitting in the space of that thing that I like, I'd be like, oh, I'm angry in the way that I hate this because I'm so passionate about the source material that like I care so much about it, I'm so engaged that I don't like this part. Or even a big plot twist where my favorite character dies and I have no choice but to stand up with my arms up in the air like, what the fuck? Like I'm so invested. Like our enjoyment doesn't have to just come from like one emotion. It can come from so many different feelings that something can make you feel. Recently I've been on a really big kick with horror movies because I've
Ooh.
never really experienced that much horror in my life because it was something I was very averse to.
Really?
Because I didn't like the feeling of feeling scared.
What can I ask? What horror movies you've watched recently?
Sure. I started my journey with the original Evil Dead movies.
Oh, okay.
So I started with Evil Dead, the original Evil Dead, the sequel, and then Army of Darkness. Army of Darkness is more corny and funny, but it was still a really interesting experience. But after that, I also watched Evil Dead Rising, which is the recent one that is really good. Like, it really fun movie. Super, like, ooh, made me so uncomfortable, but in, like, the best way possible. I also watched the original Scream recently.
Yes. I love Scream.
And I plan on watching the other movies.
I recommend it, yes.
Something I'd love to get into, but I'm still kind of averse to, is the Saw films. Just because I like the horror aspects, but the gore aspects might be a little bit too much for me to handle.
No, I want to watch the Saw movies too. I'm a big horror nut. I should have specified. I'm sorry, I got so excited when you said that.
Yeah, no problem.
The Scream films are my all-time favorite franchise. Only one or two misses with some of the films, I will admit, but I'll let you discover that on your own. But
yeah, I mean, that's something I'm actually excited about. Is like I'm excited to see, to experience all of these like great horror movie franchises that I've never experienced before, and I get to experience those highs and lows and kind of learn the historical context of when it came out. And I think that makes me really excited because I feel like I'm kind of getting a little bit of a history lesson at the same time, I think.
Oh no, I absolutely get that because funny enough, my partner, he's in chat right now actually, he actually got me into horror because when we first got together I told him, oh yeah, I want to get into horror, but I was also very like averse from it growing up, primarily because my parents didn't want me watching it because they said like, oh, it'd mess up your psyche, and I was like, but I want to watch it even though I was into creepypasta as a kid. So they failed doing that. But
yeah, I mean, I was also super into creepypastas when I was younger, which I think made me realize, oh wait, no, I do like scary things. I just don't like the feeling of being jump scared.
So,
which like I've gotten more okay with. But I think Five Nights at Freddy's desensitized me to it, to a point where I can enjoy it.
Okay. But no, yeah, I only recently started watching horror movies like about like a year ago actually, and I'm a completely different person than I was 2 years ago, I will say that. Like, biggest horror fan right here. The Saw movies I have yet to watch because it's more of a like mental, like there's different like formats of how each horror is displayed. The Evil Dead movies I've not watched. That's with Ash Williams, right?
Yes, it's with Ash Williams. I got really drawn to them because he gets a chainsaw for a hand.
Yeah.
And I thought that looked cool as hell. So I was like, well, I need to watch this. I had no idea that, like, the third movie is just a comedy. It's not even horror at that point. It's just, like, a funny, like... It's just a funny film. I don't even want to say anything to you about it other than that. Because it's very much one of those things that you don't even know... The Evil Dead movies... They start out as horror, then they become comedy, then they become horror again. And it's just this weird middle point where, like, they're just like, Sam Raimi, the director, was just like, I just want to make a comedy. So then he did it. And it was like, okay.
That's interesting.
Weird, but I honestly almost kind of wish that it stayed a comedy going forward because it was so good as a comedy. But I also like the horror aspect, so I'm glad that, like, it has both. It has, like, comedy and horror, which is very cool.
If you want a suggestion, I will definitely recommend the Friday the 13th series, actually. That's a recent series I started watching.
That is another one that I really want to watch. And I'm glad that I'm starting to do this binge session with all these movies, especially with October coming up, because I feel like it's the perfect time to get into horror movies.
You brought up, like, comedy and horror. I feel like, again, like, the Friday the 13th, not Friday the 13th, Nightmare on Elm Street, sorry. Nightmare on Elm Street, I just started watching that, and it's kind of the same thing, where it's, the very first movie is, like, a genuine horror movie, but then the second movie feels like a comedy, because I can't take it seriously in the slightest bit. And then, like, Freddy Krueger himself, Wes Craven, the creator of Freddy Krueger, and also the Scream movies. Wonderful job with them. It's... The trivia I know for, like, most of these movies now is, like, it's so fun, especially, like, with the little Easter eggs that Wes Craven actually put in his own movies with connecting back to, like, his other movies. Like, there's an Easter egg in the Scream movie. I won't... it's fun for you to find for yourself, but there is a reference in the Scream movie to, Nightmare on Elm Street, actually. And I'm very curious if you'll ever find that when you start watching the Scream movie.
I hope so. I mean, like, I have watched the first Scream movie with a couple of friends, and we do plan on watching the other ones, and they're kind of horror movie veterans, and they were equally as excited to show me some flicks. It's not really a horror movie. I mean, it kind of presents itself as one, but it's not really. But Willy's Wonderland is another one that I really like.
Oh my god! I'm sorry. You pulled my heartstring. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Willy's Wonderland is, like, really good.
No.
Like this, like, weird comedy, horror, thriller, action.
Salty, you don't understand.
With Nicolas Cage.
I've watched that movie
so
10
good.
times at this point.
I watched it twice, probably gonna be 3 soon.
I love Willy's Wonderland. I have all the Kickstarter comics that they promoted, like, for the original Kickstarter before they started the movie. I am a Willy's Wonderland unguilty fan. All my friends hate it, but I love it. Like, all my friends are like, oh, Tim, this sucks. Why are they doing this? I'm just like, no, it's so cool. What do you mean?
Like, how can you not get into a movie where Nicolas Cage, like, destroys animatronics in, like, crazy action sequences?
Exactly.
Like, come on.
Plus the cleaning ASMR and, like, the cleaning, like, viewing.
Oh, yeah. Like, the montage of Nicolas Cage, like, beating the shit out of animatronics and then cleaning up after is, like, fucking awesome. And the fact that he doesn't say a single word in the movie is even better. Like, you can tell that he's having, like, the fucking time of his life on set.
Fun fact, actually, Nicolas Cage, Nicolas Cage actually chose for himself to not speak a single word. He was actually help co-directing alongside Willy's Wonderland, and he chose to not say a single word.
It makes the character so much more memorable.
It does.
The only problem is that does he have, like, a name?
Nope, just the janitor.
In the movie.
He's just called
the janitor. I was gonna say, because we just kept calling him Nicolas Cage over and over again, because there's nothing to say that that's not just Nicolas Cage. That's just how he is offset.
I love Willy's Wonderland so much that there was a point where I wanted to make a review on the movie, but I just couldn't go through with it because I suck at editing. But I love Willy's Wonderland so goddamn much.
I think it's really difficult to make videos on stuff that you genuinely enjoy. Because it feels like they could be endless with all of the things that you could bring up and be like, I love this aspect and this aspect and this aspect. And sometimes it also feels like you can't make the perfect video for the perfect thing that you love, so you feel like not even trying.
Yeah, that's exactly like how I felt, honestly. Like, I wanted to review it, I'm just like, there's I'm so happy that you know Willy's Wonderland, because every time I bring up to anyone, there's like, what is that? Because it's considered a kind of like a almost a hidden film, because it was never released in theaters, it was never released on Netflix or any public platforms. It was a Kickstarter film from a not a passion project, but it was a college short film that was made by one of the directors called Wally's Wonderland, actually. Willy was originally called Wally, actually. I have done so much extensive research on Willy's Wonderland. I love Willy's Wonderland.
Well, it's good to meet another Willy Wonderland enjoyer. I feel like most people who watch that movie end up liking it.
I have the opposite reaction. Besides, like, my partner, who actually likes it and has sat down and watched with me for some, like, 10 times also, all my other friends don't like it, and they said, Tim, please don't sing the happy birthday song from Willy's Wonderland on your birthday.
I am so sorry that your friends just don't have as good a taste as we do.
Thank you. No, thank you. I needed to hear that, because I just Jim Halpert look at the screen, like in the office, at my friends who are in chat.
They just don't get that it's peak. They
don't-
just don't get it.
They don't get it. They don't get it. Did you know that Willy's Wonderland is gonna have a Steam game soon? Actually.
They're getting a Steam game?
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
It's basically going to be a beat 'em up, but based off Willy's Wonderland.
Interesting. Wow.
I think I can pull up a link for it real quick while I'm also getting the next question. If you want to be asked that too, by the way.
Yeah, of course.
Willy's Wonderland Steam game. I swear. Yeah, here we go. Oh, it's already. Oh, is it already there? Yeah, it's already in stock, but it has mixed reactions. But that's okay because I might play it anyway.
I'll definitely have to check it out.
It's cheap. It's real. I gotta play this game now. I'm gonna stream that later. I'm saving that. But no, I love Willy's Wonderland. Oh boy, I made my partner's brother watch it because I demanded it.
I just love that the character in the video game doesn't look anything close to Nicolas Cage.
I think it might be like a, I want to, not copyright, like a
I don't know the word for it either.
But you know what I
saying.
mean, though, right?
Yeah, the like how like you can't represent somebody without like
Permission.
Permission. They likeness.
Yeah, you can't.
You
They
can't use their likeness without certain parameters.
Mm-hmm. So Nicolas Cage probably wasn't either didn't give permission or just said no. So we got like a blonde guy for it.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, just real quick. Jordy Cry. I said this earlier. Nicolas Cage chose not to talk. Very important to know. He chose not to speak.
He chose not to do it.
He chose not to do it because it made it better. I'm so glad he didn't speak. Could you imagine him talking? I can't.
No, I can't. It was perfect. It was perfect the way that it was.
Mm-hmm. Let me ask you the next question. Who was your cartoon or movie hero as a kid? Whose adventure did you want to go on? Like Ash Ketchum, Harry Potter, all the sorts.
Sonic the Hedgehog. It's always Sonic. Okay, so here's the thing, right? Mm-hmm. Unlike most Sonic fans when they were kids who made like self-insert OCs of themselves, I never did that. Mm-hmm. I literally just imagined being friends with Sonic and going on adventures, like Chris from Sonic X, like the human friend character that he had. I just like, I had such an obsession with Sonic the Hedgehog, and I felt like the games that I got into, like the adventure games, and like even like Shadow the Hedgehog, Sonic Heroes, and well, maybe not Sonic Heroes. The plot in that game is kind of weak, but like Shadow the Hedgehog, and Sonic the Hedgehog 06, I just everything about that world and the characters, I just got so into, and I was like, I think it had such a happy middle ground where it was fun and colorful. It had like these like really good like cartoon animal designs. So like as a kid I was drawn to it, but then the reason I stayed is because of like the characters and the world and the storytelling and like the fact that like the lore like mattered. Like there are so many little tiny aspects. Like I just wasn't used to something like Sonic that treated its characters and world like there was like a continuity. Like, you know, after each game's events, like the world would just keep existing and keep going. It didn't soft reset every time. I found that fascinating, and I think Sonic also was like a big reason why I probably got into action-based stuff too, because like Sonic is a fun game, but just like or all Sonic games have at least some sort of fun value. But I just got like absorbed in it, and I thought it was like the action was like so cool and the story and characters were so interesting as a kid, and even as an adult, like there are a lot of aspects of it that I still think are fucking rad. It's been wonderful being in the Lord's 2024 and seeing fucking everybody on the internet talking about how cool Shadow the Hedgehog is. After years of people being like, oh, this is cringe, this is cringy, Sonic is cringe, whatever. Having everybody do a complete 180 and be like, oh yeah, no, Shadow the Hedgehog is like one of the coolest characters in fiction. And I'm just like, yes,
finally,
you get it. Finally, we are at the point where we can admit that the funny animal character is cool. So yeah, like I definitely wish that I could kind of dive into that world. And obviously the second choice is also Pokemon. I got really into Pokemon as a kid. I think everybody did. Everybody still is to an extent. Even I know so many adults that fucking love Pokemon. I mean, look at me. I do a lot of Pokemon shit on my channel. So it's like, you know.
You're literally known for a Pokemon related game format.
Yeah. So that too. Pokemon was actually one of the things that helped me learn to read as a kid as well. So
really?
Yeah, I got Pokemon Ruby and I did not read that well, and I was like, well, this is a very text heavy game. I guess I need to start learning. So it made me like it took me a really long time to get through each text box, but I read every single one as much as I could.
That's actually so sweet though. That's like so heartwarming. I didn't bother to read as a kid. I sucked at reading and I didn't read at all. I used to just spam through the boxes and try to catch as many funny creatures as I could.
I got pretty addicted to like reading in video games. I think video games made me want to read because I realized that I couldn't enjoy certain games without taking the time to read them. But yeah, so there's that.
Oh, that's a good answer. Cat thumbs up emoji to that.
Thank you.
Well, moving on from like a person you want to be or be around, what about who'd you hate as a kid? Who was the character you hated in a piece of media, and do you still hate them to this day?
See, this is an interesting question because I don't think that I really started hating on stuff until I started watching YouTube of all things.
Okay.
I think that YouTube taught me how to be a hater. Because even stuff that I didn't really like for example, right? Here's a great example of this. Sonic the Hedgehog, Sonic Adventure 1. It's a game that is very fundamental and very foundational of a lot of aspects of Sonic that I really, really enjoy. However, there is one character in the game called Big the Cat. And for those who don't know, the game is split up into 6 different parts, all following different characters, and their stories kind of overlap, and they all take place at like the same time. And Big the Cat, he has a specific gameplay style where instead of like going to the goal to get to the finish, you have to fish for fish. And your goal is to find a frog in each stage, because the frog is like Big's pet, or as he considers him, an equal, a friend. But you know, when I was a kid, I obviously really struggled with those levels because the 99% of that game is like platforming and like kind of like standard get to the goal sort of like end of stage sort of stuff. So when you get to the end, near the end of the game, and you have to play Big the Cat stages and they're all fishing, obviously there's going to be a lot of people that didn't like that. But to me, that was just a part of the game. It was something that I couldn't control. It was something that I was like, okay, well, I have to do it because it's a part of the game. I didn't really, in my brain, think, oh man, what a waste of time, I hate this. I was just like, oh, it's a part of the game, so I'll play it. Sadly, I wasn't good at it. I didn't understand how the fishing worked, so I never beat the game when I originally played it as a kid. I only beat it later on when I got a little bit older. But yeah, no, I struggled with the fishing stuff, and I was just like, oh, I guess I'm just not good enough at the game because I'm a kid. Of course, I'm going to struggle with some stuff. It makes sense. But hopefully I can come back later and beat it, which I did. But when I started watching YouTube, I started learning that, like, I wasn't alone in struggling with those levels, that a lot of people really disliked them. I didn't say dislike them, but, like, a lot of people really didn't like them. And I kind of learned oh, you can just have negative emotions on stuff like that, and it be valid and okay. When I was a kid, I just kind of went with the flow, and I was like, if I didn't, I kind of, instead of saying I disliked something, I was like, I just didn't gel with it.
You didn't gel with it?
I didn't gel with it. Something along those lines. I guess as a kid, I just kind of accepted that like some video games I couldn't beat because I was just bad. If I couldn't beat a video game, then I just was like, oh, I'm bad at it.
Okay.
But
fair
then
enough.
I learned that some games are just not great in places, and some people are very expressive about their dislike of that sort of stuff. And I kind of learned, oh, we can hate things.
You could be a hater. It's okay
so I
to
went
be a
through
hater.
like, yeah. I watched a lot of content like the Angry Video Game Word, the Angry Video Game Nerd.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Angry Video Game Word. So I watched stuff like the Angry Video Game Nerd, and I just kind of got used to this idea that like hating on stuff was fun. Which I will say, even today, sometimes being a hater is pretty fun. However, like now I kind of have the best of both worlds, where I'm kind of past my overt hating phase, and I'm just kind of like, I hate some stuff and I love some stuff, and I like that I can feel both ways and still be me. But yeah, as a kid, I didn't really hate on stuff necessarily. I think definitely action cartoons was just something I never understood as a kid. But I never outright hated something, I don't think.
Would you say you hate, like, if not in your past, would you say there's like a character from fiction you hate currently? That off the top
Character
of your
from
head?
fiction I hate currently. See, that's rough because I would have to think. I have a love-hate relationship with Sanji from One Piece.
Is it because he's a simp?
Yeah, no, it's the simp stuff is not the problem.
Really?
The problem is like the weird perversion humor.
Oh, yeah, that's what I meant.
That's less simp stuff. Like simp stuff is more just like, you know, overtly
women,
worshiping
like,
people.
oh, women, yeah.
Yeah, like, oh, women. Like, I don't have any problem with that. Listen, everybody's got their own stuff going on. However, I don't like the perv humor. I've never, you know what, I think that's a pretty good one to say. I very much hated perv humor ever since I was a kid. Like, even then I was like, this is too
Weird,
much.
yeah.
It's weird. I feel uncomfortable by it.
Like characters like Master Roshi, Sanji, or that one guy
Yeah.
from Naruto.
Yeah, that was always a trope that I never clicked with, even as a kid when I didn't fully understand it. But yeah, no, definitely I have a love-hate relationship with Sanji. Also, Joshu from JoJo, I can't even hate the guy because he's so fucking horrible. Like, he's designed to be this horrible individual and do these horrible, unspeakable things. And yet, for some reason, I still kind of like that he exists because I have someone to hate on.
They did a good job writing a horrible person, basically.
Exactly. Like, they did a good job on writing a character that I fucking despise. I enjoy hating on. But yeah, no, I don't know, like a character I hated. Oh man, like I'm trying to like think back if there were like any video game characters that really got on my nerves. But I'm struggling to think of one. I actually saw this question when you sent it to me before we started recording, and I was just like, oh dang, I don't know. I was not in my hater phase as a kid.
You weren't in a all right.
I wasn't in my hater phase.
I like asking this question because genuinely, like, funny enough, before this wasn't the original question sheet I ask every single person. These questions have been updated, and this is one of the newer questions. And I like asking people, like, oh, I always ask them, like, what did you like as a kid and all that, but I really want to know, what did you fucking hated? Because, like, yeah, like, when we're kids, we're picky. We don't like things sometimes. We either love them or hate them. We're like, we don't care because we're kids.
Yeah.
I can't accept tropes, though, if that was, like, something you can't, like, if you can't think of another character or anything. I can't accept that. That's also been, like, a thing that people say to this question. It's like, oh, I never liked this trope or this trope. The perv trope? Yeah, it was always a lot.
Yeah, it's rough. Because yeah, like when I was a kid, I just kind of went with the flow and stuff. I didn't really, I guess, develop anything other than enjoyment, or just a feeling of nothing on a subject. You know, like either I enjoyed something or I was just like, I don't really care about this. I never really, I think, got like angry about like a character. That changed as I got older, obviously. Yeah. But yeah, no, that's basically it. Sorry if that's a little bit of a lame answer.
No. A lame answer. No, it wasn't a lame answer. No, there's no lame answers on here. No, again, like the trope answer works for answering this question. It's an open-ended question. Don't worry. But I'm trying to like string my words together.
It's okay. Words are hard. I know some.
What are some words you know?
Purple.
You said that 3 times already. What other words do you know?
Orange.
You said that already too.
Yeah, but I didn't say it 3 times.
You said it twice now.
Yeah, I know. But it wasn't 3 times.
Any other words?
Purple?
Sure. You know, Rattata is purple, so...
This next question I do have an answer for, by the way.
Okay.
I do have a couple of answers.
Ooh, okay, that's fine.
I'm gonna bombard you with shit.
Oh, no, please do. What piece of media traumatized you as a kid? And does it still haunt you to your dreams to this day?
Multiple things.
Okay.
So, when I was a kid, I had a GameCube, and I would play the GameCube in the basement alone, like the cold basement. Nobody was around. I would play it on my own. So a lot of the time, and I know that this is like a hit buzzword for people because it's like, oh, it's so creepy, but like there's a liminal element to me of being a kid playing a video game that you're not familiar with in like an isolated space with nobody else around. One of the... Sorry, I'm trying to like gather my thoughts.
No, take your time.
The GameCube itself is very much like one of those consoles where like it was my first major home console that I played regularly. Like I had played stuff in the past, like I played a little bit of like PlayStation and stuff like that. But the GameCube I think I spent the most time with. And basically what ended up happening was there are a couple of different games that I played as a kid that really I think psychologically impacted me in a way that I wasn't expecting. And in a way that like to the normal person would be very like not that big of a deal, but to me as a kid like hit different. One of them I like telling people is when I was a kid, my parents got me a compilation disc of Zelda games on the GameCube. It's a little bit of a rare thing now, like the game itself, like the compilation disc. I think it goes for a pretty decent amount online, like new. But I got that when I was a kid, and I plugged it in my GameCube, and it came with multiple games. The original Legend of Zelda, the sequel, both for NES, Ocarina of Time, and Majora's Mask. And also, it came with Wind Waker, or not Wind Waker, but like a demo of Wind Waker that you could play. Yeah. Like it was one of those older demos where it was like, it's just a small chunk of the game where it's like, oh, it's 3 different save files that you can access that are just 3 different islands of the game. Yes, chat member, the collector's edition. We're talking about it.
Yeah.
But yeah, so. Also, again, that collector's edition, fucking cool as hell. To this day, I still think it's like cool as hell that it even exists. But the Wind Waker demo had I really liked the style of Wind Waker when I was a kid. It was very cartoony. I was really drawn to it. So I played the demo a lot, and I tried to explore as much as the demo as I could. A lot of stuff was like walled off because like you couldn't go sailing or anything in the demo. You were just kind of stuck to like islands. without any way to leave.
Mm.
And one of the chunks of the demo that you could explore was one of the like first islands of the game that was a little town. And on the town, on the island, there was this little guy with brown hair and white clothes that was like a dancer.
Okay.
And his whole thing was that he was an NPC that you could talk to, and he just danced. He had like a white outfit and tassels and stuff, and like a white strip across his nose, like a bandage almost. And for some reason, this guy scared the hell out of me.
Can I see a picture of him? Like,
yeah,
what's
sure.
his name?
Hold on.
Okay.
Wind Waker dancer guy.
I feel like I should say this as well. If you ever have images you want to share on stream, I can pull them up on the stream to show the viewers what we're talking about. By the way.
Okay, so I can definitely give you some images of this guy.
Okay, I'm just so curious of what made him so like creepy.
So I'll give you the official art of him that you can show, and then I will show you an image that demonstrates why I thought he was creepy.
He's like a... Okay, hold on, wait. Now I'm even more confused because he looks like a silly guy. Hold on, I'll show him on chat.
That's the official art of him.
Okay. Let me get that out of the way. There we go. Let me minimize him. By the way, people who are following me, I appreciate you so much. Thank you, thank you. Let me bring him down. Here we go. So this is the dancing guy. Salty talked about this guy.
Yeah, his name is Tot.
Tot.
So that's T-O-O-T. No, T-O-T-T.
T-O-T-T. Okay. So what makes him so scary then?
So, I don't know. Wind Waker was the first game that I've ever played where there's head tracking on the NPCs.
Okay.
And for some ungodly reason, this guy just kind of like, if you get even remotely close to him, he will stare at you.
Okay.
If you talk to him, he will also stop dancing and like stop and just stare at you.
You like interrupted him.
It leads to screen caps like this that I'm sending you now.
Okay. Let me pull it up on stream.
And to me,
Let me like
is that not at least a tad bit creepy?
Look at that. Just like...
Especially that his eyes are like glowing in the dark for some reason.
No, that could scare a child, yeah. That could scare a child.
And the fact that no matter where you walked, his head would like track you and he would turn to you.
Oh, so his head would like spin basically.
Yeah, he would like, if you got near him, he would just keep looking at you.
Oh.
And just it's weird that it like scared me, but it did, and I felt very like it was very creepy to me.
I never, someone said channel like the fluorescent eyeballs. Yeah, I never like it when video games do this, honestly.
Yeah, I don't know how it would look if they weren't fluorescent like that, but yeah, no, I also don't like it. And there were many aspects of stuff like that when I was a kid that kind of like irked me or traumatized me. I love Luigi's Mansion, but that game was scary as a kid. Like, I don't know if they meant to make it scary in the way that they did, or it was just the theming, but like, yeah, no,
the GameCube?
Yeah, Luigi's Mansion for the GameCube. It's a game. Let me see if I can find like box art of it or like a screen cap or something.
I remember it was on the GameCube. I'm just like, because I know that there's been remakes of Luigi's Mansion. I'm just curious what made the first one scary.
It's very. It was at that very strange era where just some games just had very weird feelings to them, if that makes sense.
No, I get it, yeah.
So here's the box art of the GameCube version. Not really that creepy,
yes,
but if you look at like screenshots or if you play it yourself, like there is a certain like weird unnerving feeling to it. Like for example, Luigi himself is kind of like not really on model in the way that he is in later games. Like on this box art, he's on model, but in game, his model is like a little bit stilted.
Oh,
and very expressive, in ways that I've just never experienced to that point. this screen cap, especially like the like grain on the screen cap too, is very like
Yeah,
very emblematic of the vibes.
the longer I stare at this, the more uneasy I feel. Like,
Yeah, it kind of, a lot of the design and art of the game is very much like not modern Mario,
mm-mm,
but also not like early Mario. It's like
mm-mm.
this weird middle area where things are kind of off in just a certain way
Mm-hmm.
that they wouldn't be later. Like, I think Mario is known for a very specific style.
Yeah.
Uh, and yeah. So, I don't know. There are also aspects of Luigi's Mansion, like the music in the game is very interesting, where like
Is it like creepy, eerie music?
it is creepy, eerie, but like I think the whole thing is that it's supposed to have like this kind of it's supposed to be horror themed but not actually scary. But in doing the horror theming for babies, it somehow made it more unnerving to me.
Let's make a horror game for babies, but let's make it as scary as possible for these babies. It's for babies.
I don't think that it helped that some of the sound design of the game especially like really got to me. And like, keep in mind I was a kid and I was playing in the basement alone,
yeah,
on like a crummy CRT, and the lights were sometimes off.
Oh.
So I was feeling very immersed and alone, kind of like Luigi is in the game.
So you felt like Luigi?
Yeah, one of the bosses that really used to get to me in that game was I think his name is Chauncey. He's the baby character.
Mm-hmm.
He's a ghost baby that you have to like suck up into your vacuum.
Mm-hmm.
And there are two phases to the fight where like you get access to the room that Chauncey lives in, his like little baby carriage and stuff. Well, what was I saying? Oh yeah. So
Chauncey,
you get into the room, and much like the other ghosts in the game, it just kind of feels like, oh, you figure out the puzzle and you get to suck them into your vacuum, and then you move on. And then the second phase starts where Chauncey gets really upset, and he has this voice. He has like a baby cry sound effect that's very modulated and like echoes and reverbs in a way that is really creepy sounding, especially when you're younger. It hits different. I think the first Luigi's Mansion, if you've ever played it and compare it to the later games, it is a very different vibe. The later games are very like, I think they hit the nail on the head with the later games of like spooky theming, but it's not actually scary.
Yeah.
But the first one, specifically the GameCube version, they did remake it for 3DS, and that is a really good port. But they did kind of sanitize certain elements of it that are a little bit rough around the edges. Also, Luigi's Mansion has one of my favorite stupid things in gaming of all time, where, and I know why they did this, it's just so funny, the contrast, where like the game itself runs at 30 frames per second. For some reason, when you open up a door in the game, there's a close-up on the door, like a hyper realistic close-up of Luigi opening up the door like slowly, and it runs at 60 FPS. So out of nowhere, sometimes you'll walk into a new room and Luigi, there will just be a close-up on Luigi opening up a door, and it's like hyper detailed and hyper realistic, like the most well animated thing I've ever seen run on the GameCube, and it just happens randomly. And I don't know why they did that. I don't know why it's so smooth. Like, hold on, let me see if I can find door opening animations.
Yeah, I can put it on the TV if you do that. So I know it's probably not the case, but I'm just imagining, as you described, that just Luigi opening a door and like his hand outstretches and it's like a human hand with details and all that. That's all I'm envisioning. So I'm very curious now.
So this is a 20-second clip that you can put on the TV here.
Yes.
And it's a really good at illustrating the contrast, where like it starts off with like gameplay of the game. Luigi approaches the door and he opens it, except there's this very prolonged animation of him opening it that's like super well made. It's a great animation, but there's just something about it that's just so off.
Here's the video capture. There it is. Do you want me to start from the timestamp you sent, or do you want me to?
No, start from the beginning.
Okay. There we go. All right, chat. You won't be able to hear on stream, but chat will be able to hear, which is the most important. All right, so let me
Yeah.
full screen that. And
So
this
watch
is
this.
the GameCube one.
This is the GameCube version. And what's even cool is they have this little bit of character animation where he hesitates
Yeah,
grabbing
he's
the door.
shaking.
He's shaking a little bit. And it's used as kind of like a pseudo loading screen sort of thing, but it's kind of not captured in the video, but it is insanely high frame rate compared to the base game. It's like 60 FPS for no reason.
When he's opening this specific door, is this like the very beginning of the game where he starts, or?
Yeah, so this is the foyer. This is the beginning of the game. And normally you're supposed to go up top first. But Luigi, whoever's playing this in this clip has already gotten like the key to like the next area, so he's going down now in the lower room.
That's such a weird cut though. Like this high quality, like there's so much like art behind this one scene.
And like the hand has so like you can even see it has
reflection.
So many polygons compared to like other stuff in the game.
I can see it, the hand and the reflection of the knob, the way
there's like like a little bit of reflection in like the ambient shadows and stuff like that, and it's like, why is it so fucking high quality out of nowhere?
No, I'm like, that's so. And this is the only scene in the entire game that's like this, or?
No, he does this with multiple doors throughout the game. Like when you first open up a door, like an important door, this cutscene will play.
Okay, so
however,
any important
it doesn't
door.
play every time. It only plays when you first open the door. So I don't even think it's a loading screen thing. I just think like they just added this for ambiance, and I think it's cool as hell. But it's so weird how it does not fit with like the rest of how the game looks and feels.
I can like kind of tell just from this one animation. Obviously, like Luigi's arm is cut off in this animation, but also like just seeing this, it's so like that's so.
I feel like I could make an entire video just talking about these door opening animations and how like they really do a great job of like conveying a certain mood. And I think that's why like even the stuff like the hand trembling before it reaches for the doorknob is like it's like incredible turn. Animation.
No, yeah.
It communicates so much, and we don't even see Luigi's face. We just only see his arm.
It really goes to show you don't need to see. Actually, I'm also like watching like every detail of the animation. Like you can't even see Luigi's like face in the doorknob, which I think is even better. Honestly, the fact that we don't see his face at all in this, and we just see we see his emotions through his gestures. Like look at that.
Oh yeah, I didn't even notice it, but yeah, there is a slight reflection on the doorknob. I don't see Luigi's face, but I do. Well, yeah, actually. No, wait. I just see the hand.
Yeah, like I said, this is definitely a different animation cut that they must have animated, where it's just Luigi's arm that they kind of like cut off from the model, or this is an entirely different model from the original one, because this is way more high quality than the actual model in the game, because like it's so detailed.
This is fascinating to me.
I could see like lines in the hand of like the glove. It could be polygons, but it's like it looks so detailed though.
I do think that this same animation is used for multiple different doors, if I'm remembering, or it's just the same animation over and over again, which I don't think it is.
That's so interesting to me, though, huh? I saw my friend Rave saying in chat, I need to play more GameCube games. My brother had a GameCube. I didn't grow up with it though. Sadly enough.
Luigi's Mansion is a really good GameCube game. It was a launch title for the GameCube. A lot of people didn't like it because it wasn't a standard Mario game, which, you know, that makes complete sense.
Yeah.
But sure. I think long term, everybody has kind of gone back and been like, no, that game was actually really good. Like, it just wasn't what people expected or wanted at the time. But yeah, no, highly suggest the original Luigi's Mansion. It's only 5 hours. Mm-hmm. It is a very short game. Yeah, I mean, like, I can beat it within 5 hours. It might be more realistically, like, maybe, like, 6 or 7 total. Mm-hmm. But it's a very short Mario game compared to, like, some other stuff. So, Yeah, no. Everybody in chat just talking about like Luigi's Mansion door opening animations. But like that's the sort of stuff in the game that like really got to me. That's not even the only example of like stuff in that game that really just resonated with me in not a positive or negative sense, but like kind of got me like a little bit spooked, a little bit like on edge.
You felt the fear
Um
that Luigi felt.
Strangely, yes. I think that's why I like Luigi so much nowadays is because like I really did feel unnerved by that game, kind of like how he feels in that game. Obviously, he's a coward. Um, but I mean, I'm even hesitant to call him a coward because like he does stuff anyway, even though he's scared.
He's braver than anyone.
He's brave. Luigi is braver than anyone.
Oh.
But yeah, so stuff like that. I'm wondering if there's like maybe a third example I can come up with. But generally, I think around the era of the GameCube, there are a lot of games in that era that kind of give me that sense of like liminal space sort of stuff where it felt like a transitionary period between the like more realistic games of modern day and like the more retro games of like the years prior. And it's also why I like the GameCube so much, because everything feels a little bit rough around the edges, but like in a really nice and authentic way. But that also leads to certain experiences being very I can't put my finger on them sometimes when I think about them. Like it's hard to describe the exact vibe that it gives. Majora's Mask is another example. That's not a GameCube game, that's a Nintendo 64 game, but I played it on the GameCube.
I was gonna ask, was Majora's Mask a game that scared you by chance? I was thinking of asking.
It is still okay. So this is gonna sound. I'm gonna say an insane statement.
Okay.
I'm gonna need you to keep with me.
I'm keeping with you.
Majora's Mask, I think, is one of my favorite video games of all time. Except for the fact that I have actually never beaten the game fully.
That makes sense.
It's one of those things where people are like, how can you call that your favorite game of all time and you've never beaten it? And it's simply because of like everything I've experienced from it so far. Like the sound, the music, the gameplay, the story, the concept behind it, the themes. It's one of those things where throughout my life, I've played Majora's Mask a lot. It's probably one of my most replayed games of all time. But I've never beaten it. But every single time I go back and I replay it from the start, every time I stop playing, I get a little bit farther than the last time. I've never felt like I have known a game so much without actually ever beating it before. And one of these days, before I die, I will finish that game. I will do that.
It's actually really crazy you brought up, like, this is your favorite game, but you never beat it. Can I tell you my favorite Sonic game? And
please do.
So my favorite Sonic game is Sonic Unleashed. I never got past the tutorial.
Is it because of like, did you watch like
I played it on the Wii.
Oh geez, that's a bad version of it too.
I played it on the Wii and I could not get past the part of the tutorial where I just remember it was very much the tutorial part because it was Sonic trapped in like these enclosed buildings and there was a sun marker and a moon marker on the ground and you had to do something with those markers to get past the tutorial. I never finished that. And I call that my favorite Sonic game because honestly I like the idea and the story of Sonic Unleashed so much, and the mechanics. Did you end up
experiencing it through like a Let's Play or something?
I did watch. I think I watched. I don't remember who played it, but I did watch someone play like parts of it. I watched mostly the movie. Like people call like clipping out all like the
cuts, all the cutscenes together.
Yeah, I watched the movie basically, more than the gameplay. But I really want to play it to see if it'll still hold up as my favorite game, but it's still my favorite, and I never even, like, got past the tutorial, so you're fine without not beating it.
Yeah, I mean, like, hey, we all got our own stuff going on. Plus, when I was younger, like, one of the only ways that I could experience a lot of media was through, like, game adaptations or, like, clip compilations on YouTube. Like it's not like for example Dragon Ball, great example, because I never watched Dragon Ball Z when I was growing up, but I did play all of the games.
Really?
So I knew the story front and back. I just never really watched the show.
So you didn't know
But
many
I
of the
could
characters?
No, I knew all the characters
Oh, okay.
because I played all the games.
I didn't know the games had the details.
Yeah, no, the games would frequently retell the story of like Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z. So
Okay.
I would just play the games because, like, you know, as a kid, they weren't like airing it, or it's not that they weren't airing it. I just didn't know where they were airing it.
Right.
So it was very much like, I didn't know where they were airing it. I couldn't buy DVDs because they were expensive. I couldn't buy VHSs because they were expensive to buy like a bunch of them. So the best and easiest and cheapest way I could experience the story was through like playing the games. Specifically Budokai and Budokai Tenkaichi 3 were my two games that I played frequently. And Budokai has... It definitely skips around, but it's a lot more thorough in its storytelling than Budokai Tenkaichi 3 is. And it has a lot more detailed animations for cutscenes. And you get the gist of the story pretty well. Like, it covers all of the major beats of, like, Dragon Ball Z. And yeah, no, it's just... It's lovely. It's a lovely experience. It's one of those things where, like, when people tell me, oh, this is my favorite thing, but I really haven't played it that much, I'm like, that's valid. Because, like... I'm the same way about a lot of different things. I'm really into certain things, but I don't have that much experience with them because I experienced them through a very alternative way.
No, that's so true.
I will say, if you like Sonic Unleashed, like just from the concept and stuff alone, I will say that I think you might enjoy the Sonic Archie comics, because their last arc before the comics stopped being published was an adaptation of Sonic Unleashed.
Really?
And apparently it's a lot of people consider it the best version of Sonic Unleashed's story because of how like there's like fun extra stuff and characters. And it happened shortly after the comic got like rebooted, so like it's a very easy jumping in point in a lot of senses. So definitely, like, I mean, in the future at some point, I would definitely check that out. I haven't read it myself. It's on my list of stuff to read alongside a lot of stuff, but yeah, I just heard that was the case. So I mean, that might be worth checking it out.
I'll definitely keep that in mind. Actually, like, so I'm not that much of a Sonic fan. I didn't play the games, right? I didn't play any Sonic games besides the tutorial portion of Sonic Unleashed. My love for Sonic came from specifically the internet. I didn't even watch Sonic X until recently. I am not done with it still, but I always liked Sonic as a kid because of the YouTube videos I'd see of Sonic, specifically a lot of the
Sonic animation parodies.
Yeah,
and stuff.
Sonic Shorts. You know Sonic Shorts.
Ah, Sonic Shorts. Yeah.
I watched that. My favorite was always Blaze. I love Blaze so much. And Sonic too.
It's crazy how Sonic characters are, like, I don't want to say carried by their designs, but like their designs do so much heavy lifting, even for people who aren't familiar with Sonic. Like their characters are so recognizable. Like, even if you don't like Sonic, if I show you a Sonic character, you could be like, oh, that's a Sonic character.
Yeah, it's such an iconic style. You can't be like, oh, that's not Sonic.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna ask you the next question.
yeah. Let's keep going.
Yeah,
Sorry, keep derailing.
No. You're so fine. No. I'm having fun. Don't worry. I hope you're having fun.
I am.
Oh, that's wunderbar. So, my next question for you: what was your first fictional crush as a kid, and does that crush still linger to this day?
Where's the bet?
Yeah, I knew it. I fucking knew it.
Easy. Next question.
Yeah, I knew it. You Sonic likers, you're all the same.
They gave her boob jiggle physics in the first game she appeared in. Did you know that?
Yeah, I did know that, because there was like a Fergalicious edit to her I watched.
For the gameplay specifically, too, like, if you jumped and landed, like, her boobs would go up and down. And I have no idea to this day why they did that.
I only know about that animation because I watched a AMV of like clips of that game with Rouge the Bat clips specifically with Fergalicious playing in the background.
Fergalicious.
And you know what? I'm just like, yeah, Rouge the Bat. I knew Rouge
It's
the
a
Bat
good
was your
design.
answer.
She has a great design.
She's pretty. No, I agree. She's very pretty. I like her design a lot. Like, great bat design. I love how...
And I like her personality a lot as well.
Her personalities.
I like how, literally her personality, but also yes, that. But yeah,
I'm sorry.
But also yeah. No, I do. She's got a lot going on. The fact that she's portrayed as like a part of the villain group, but she's secretly like working with like an undercover like agency called Gun the entire time. Like stuff like that. She's like a thief too. On top of that, she's got a lot going on.
She's absolutely. I do appreciate her relationship with Shadow. Like, and I don't remember which game it was. You probably know where it's like her dialogue is like, Shadow does so much for the world. Just know if all else goes wrong, it's like, I'll always be here for you, Shadow. Wait, which game was that? If that rings a bell.
I'm actually not sure which game that is. That might be. It might be Sonic 06.
I think it's Sonic 06.
That game has like so much story and like so many different character interactions that seems. I mean, especially so because she's kind of like they're very close friends. There are many points in Shadow's story where like Rouge is kind of at his side no matter what, which is very cute. As well as their good robot friend Omega, who is also a thing. We love Omega. I still stand by. A lot of people think that Sonic 06 is like the worst Sonic game ever, and like I think by a gameplay standpoint, like yes, it leaves a lot to be desired. But I still think that the story of Sonic 06 is so interesting and expansive and has so many different moving parts that are all like interesting and have interesting things. The fact that the villain of Shadow's story in that game is essentially his own Shadow. Like Shadow's Shadow. Like the fact that the villain looks like Shadow and is like Shadow is like, oh my god, what a cool idea. But anyway, yeah. So yeah, we love Rouge the Bat.
Yeah, Rouge the Bat.
I don't want to go off on Shadow. I will be talking about this for hours. I don't want to do that. I want to keep talking about these fun questions.
Okay. Well, we're gonna go on to a new like topic of subject now. We're gonna talk about toys and items and things. And I love toys and items and things.
I have toys and items and things.
Well, I'm gonna ask you then. What was your everything toy as a child? The toy you carried around everywhere that you absolutely treasured as a kid?
I have two of those.
Go off.
And they're not really toys necessarily, but they're kind of treated as such. The first one was a little kind of like Beanie Baby type thing named Dinky.
Dinky. What was Dinky?
Let me see if I can find let me see if I can find. Oh my god, I found it. Hold on.
Share Dinky to
I found
the world.
a screen cap of Dinky. I think he literally is a Beanie Baby. Yes, he is a Beanie Baby. So
yeah, he looks so menacing in this picture.
Yeah, he does look very menacing in this picture. He's not like that. He's just a little bit derpy.
Okay, I'm gonna share the slight.
Oh wait, I found an even better version that makes him look like he's sad.
He looks like he's like fried chicken with how gold he is.
Yeah, he has like the color of his fur coat is like kind of like very dirty looking, and then he has like blue tinges underneath it.
Yeah, like a blue underfur or feathers, I guess.
So this is Dinky.
Oh, do you still have Dinky?
I have him somewhere.
Okay.
I think in the move to my new apartment, I think I lost track of Dinky. He's in one of the boxes in here somewhere, but I did save him.
Still have him.
Yes. So that's Dinky the duck. He's a Beanie Baby that was just kind of my little pal that I would take around with me when I was a kid. I love Dinky. Very cool, very based.
Very based.
he didn't have any like personality or anything that I applied to him. He just was my little guy that I hung out with. I just took him around. And on top of that, I don't have an image of this one, but my mom used to have this little dog puppet where it was like a little brown dog. It was like a little hand puppet. So it wasn't like an elaborate like big puppet or anything. It was just a little like brown puppet. Okay. And she would use it to like interact with me and like make a little character out of it to like talk to me. And it helped me a lot with like as a kid, like getting out of my comfort zone and like talking more, I guess. But yeah, I just have a lot of pleasant memories with that sort of thing. Like it was done with the intention of like getting me to like talk more and interact more in like a nice, safe place. But also it was just very cute. And I think back to that a lot as a very cute little like thing from my childhood.
That's so sweet. Aww. Do you still have like the dog puppet anywhere, or is it gone?
The dog puppet, I'm sure I have it somewhere. I don't know if it's in my apartment or in at my mom's place. It's probably at my mom's place in like a box somewhere. But I wish I still had that puppet. That, it's interesting that you mentioned that, because that puppet, I actually went on to use that puppet in a short film that I made like in middle school.
Really?
With like a couple of friends, where like I tossed it like I like whipped it across the room. It's so funny how like I'm just like, yeah, no, it was like this really cute little thing that my mom did for me. And then I took that same puppet and I like fucking whipped it around the room, like chucked it around the room for this like dumb short film that I made with friends. So even as I grew older, that puppet was useful to me in the sense of like I used it for like stuff I made when I was getting older too. So maybe someday I'll find that and I'll use that exact puppet for like a video or something.
Oh, I hope you do.
I'll use it as face cam so I can like pretend that I'm like a little cute little dog while I play gaming.
That'd be so cool. Oh my god. Oh. No, I love hearing about childhood toys. Oh. Ooh, okay. So besides toys that you had, what was something that you always wanted as a child? You never got it, but being an adult, you're able to get it now.
Definitely like just oh my god. Actually, that's a really good question, and I was gonna say everything. Because like when you're a kid, so much stuff that gets shown to you, like oh, look at this thing, look at this thing.
Advertisements.
Oh, you know what? Here's a really good one.
Okay.
This is gonna get a little bit sappy, so bear with me.
I'm bearing.
So when I was younger, I used to go to the hospital a lot.
Oh, okay.
I was born with a cleft lip and palate and a lot of things wrong with me. Where like my body, like sometimes even for testing, I would need to stay in a hospital overnight just so that they could like do testing on me and make sure that like I was okay. Sometimes like I made it sound like the cleft lip and palate was the cause of all my problems. It wasn't. It was just a thing about me.
Yeah.
For those who don't know, cleft lip and palate, it is basically I was born where my entire top lip part of my face was not there.
Yeah.
It was like a big gap, like hole in the middle of my face. And like my nose was like almost like completely fucked and like destroyed.
Like kind of like sunk in almost. Oh!
Yeah, like sunk in, like birth deformity sort of thing.
Anonymous.
Also, yeah, thank you for the subs, whoever just did that.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. But, so, yeah, you had to go to the hospital for that a lot.
Yeah, so I thankfully got a really good, like, facial reconstruction job where, like, my face is, like relatively unscathed. Like, you can still see, like, a scar and stuff like that. And, like, my nostrils on my nose are, like, very fucky. But I can still talk. I can still do stuff. But when I was younger, I had to do a lot of different, like, minor surgeries and stuff that had to support the facial reconstruction so that stuff didn't fall apart. And when I was younger, I went to the hospital, a hospital for like testing or something, and they wheeled in a Nintendo 64 which I had heard of from like my cousins and stuff, and I played a little bit, but I never got one all to myself before.
You've heard the legends.
I've heard the legends. I saw people playing Mario 64, and I was like, wow, this is incredible. Like I'd never seen a 3D video game at that point. But what was really cool is that it had 3 games. It had 3 games that came with it when they wheeled it in. Banjo-Kazooie, Banjo-Kazooie, Pokemon Snap, and Mario Kart. And the 2 games I really clicked with were Banjo-Kazooie and Pokemon Snap. Obviously Pokemon Snap because I was already big on Pokemon at that point. I thought it was really cool. But also specifically Banjo-Kazooie I got like really addicted to. Sadly there was no way to like save my progress on the N64 that they wheeled in. It didn't have like a memory card
because
or, like,
it was
whatever.
like for everyone basically.
Yeah, because it was for everybody, so it
Yeah.
would just like reset.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be able to save my progress, but like Banjo-Kazooie felt like it was the first Nintendo 64 game alongside Pokemon Snap that like had so much like personality and animation and like color to it. Like I felt like there's a lot of video games that I played when I was a kid that like tried to do representations of like animations and stuff like that, but it always felt very stilted. But at that time when I played those games, I was like, wow, this is like a magical experience. Like I played Pokemon Snap and I was like, wow, the Pokemon actually feel like animals that could exist, the way that they like move around and like interact with stuff. And Banjo-Kazooie felt very much like almost a cartoon came to life like in the game and you were playing it. So it was kind of awesome in that way. But those games made a really big impact on me, but I was never able to buy a Nintendo 64 when I was a kid until now. Where I was at a ski resort with a friend of mine, and they were like selling a Nintendo 64 or something. I don't know if it was at the ski resort or if I bought this later. I think I bought this later. Never mind. I think I saw a Nintendo 64 at a ski resort. That's completely unrelated. Don't ignore that.
Okay.
But basically, I was able to get my hands on Nintendo 64 with my own money. That I bought a used Nintendo 64, and it means so much to me because it was something that got me through a pretty upsetting time when I was a kid. That I think would have been way more traumatizing if it wasn't there. And of course, specifically I got, Banjo-Kazooie and Pokemon Snap. Those 2 games that meant a lot to me. So yeah, that's the thing I bought as an adult.
Based. Very based. What's your favorite Banjo-Kazooie game like currently now?
Probably the original. I haven't really played Banjo-Tooie.
Oh, okay.
I've really only played at least just a couple of chunks of the original game. I have the attention span of like a mole rat at this point, so it's hard for me to like play through entire games a lot of the time. It's pretty rare. I'm trying to get better at it because like I do want to experience things in full. I don't want to just be the guy that dips his toe into every pool. I would like to swim.
You like to swim and like go to the other side and not like just dip in. You're just like, all right, I'm done. I did it.
Exactly. Yeah.
No, that makes sense. I get that. As someone who is the dipper but wants to be a swimmer, I understand. So moving on to my next question for you. Was there anything you owned as a kid that soon turned into a collection in your adulthood? And if not, what would you collect now?
That's a really good question. I think I liked collecting video games. I think just video games in general. When I was younger, I got really into like collecting NES and SNES games. And Genesis games. So I got really into retro game collecting for a while when I was a kid. Because, video games have always meant so much to me. And I got like one of those knockoff consoles that like plays multiple different sorts of retro games where it's like it played NES. I think it was like a Retroid or something or whatever that brand is called. Where it played NES, SNES, and Genesis. And I was like, this is perfect. Now I can start collecting these games and playing them like on actual hardware. Yippee. So I started collecting like retro games for a little bit. My collection isn't really that big. It's pretty small, but it's all games that I have certain attachments to. Like I got really into when I got the first Castlevania game. I got really into like classic Castlevania games because like I always found like stuff that they could pull off with such limited hardware. Even though it's limited, like it has such a sense of like scope and like style to it, and like everything is built with like such a unique like purpose and like way that you interact with it, and like ways that the game communicates to you like how to get through rooms without actually telling you. And it just like I don't know, I got really attached to retro games, and I really enjoyed collecting them and like getting to read like the old user manuals and stuff like that, and playing them alone in my room on my little dinky little setup that I had made. So yeah, Retron, I think it is that somebody pointed out in chat. But yeah, so yeah, I liked collecting retro games. I'm not really like that much these days. I do like collecting things a lot. Like sometimes I see something out in the wild and I have to pick it up. But nowadays I just kind of like mostly play retro games through other means, and like what sometimes when they like re-release them in collections, I like to pick them up, like the Mega Man Classic collections and stuff like that, which I really need to deep dive into soon, because another retro games I love are like the Mega Man games, the OG ones for like the NES. But yeah, so yeah.
Cat thumbs up emoji for that.
Dope.
I get a 10 out of 10.
I don't mean to talk your ear off, by the way. Feel free to like chime in.
Oh no,
on
no,
stuff
no.
Too.
Oh no, you're so fine. I sometimes it's just like, again, like sometimes if I feel like I can't, there's not much I can add, or just like that's just like, yeah, good story. I like that a lot. Again, I'll just cat thumbs up emoji.
Of course.
No, I'm just glad you're sharing and talking, and I'm just glad to have you here though. Don't worry about talking my ear off. My ears are meant to be talked off. I'm surprised I still have my ears. With how many episodes I've done this. This is a favorite question of mine. I like asking a lot. If you could bring one thing from your childhood and bring it into this current day and age, what would it be? It could be anything from an old TV show to a discontinued product to anything.
I think that it would be what I said a while back on this show, The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy. I really, really, really wish that show was still running, and the only reason it got canceled is because there were writer strikes, and Cartoon Network had to change their channel to the infamous CN Real era, where they ditched all of their cartoons so that they could just play live action shows.
Right.
Which is hilarious for something called Cartoon Network. But yeah, I believe that there were some strikes going on at the time, and instead of just settling them and then continuing the show, The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy got canceled. There was supposed to be a follow-up spin-off show called Underfist, and that did kind of happen. They made a movie out of it, but the movie was supposed to be a pseudo pilot for like a full spin-off series, but that didn't end up happening.
So basically,
because of those strikes.
If those strikes didn't happen, the Billy and Mandy would have ended properly, and that would have led to the, what was it called?
The spin-off.
And
Billy and Mandy and Ed, Edd and Eddy were like their biggest shows at the time, and to see them kind of Ed, Edd and Eddy got like a solid ending. I'm happy about that, but Billy and Mandy didn't really get like a final hurrah. Their final hurrah was like a pilot to another show, which is kind of like, oh man. And it sucks because the creator very obviously wanted to do more, but he just didn't get the opportunity, which really, really stunk. But at the same time, it got like 5 or 6 seasons. That's a lot for like a show, especially these days. Like thinking forward, so many shows barely get past like season 2 at this point.
Like
they usually get canceled.
A lot of
pretty early on.
shows like nowadays, which is actually so sad. Like so many shows, like. It's really painful to think about because so many shows get canned so easily without really thinking about like without having second thought. Like, The Owl House is one of my favorite, like, cartoon shows that when it got canceled and they had to rush their last part of the story, I felt so upset because there was so much merit left to show in the Owl House, but Disney canceled it, and the thing is, they regretted it the moment after they canceled. It was like, ooh, we may have did a fucky wucky.
Yeah, it's so interesting too, because a lot of shows these days have much shorter seasons than past like cartoons. Like Billy and Manny and stuff, like they did not have like 10 episode seasons. They had like upwards of like 20 episodes per season. And nowadays, like, not only is stuff getting canceled earlier, but it has like way less time to like flesh out anything or gain any sort of audience. And that sucks. And the fact of the matter is that the creator, like much like many creators who get their stuff axed at the wrong time, he wanted to do more, and he even approached Cartoon Network about making like a return special similar to like the Invader Zim and Rocko's Modern Life Nickelodeon ones that like premiered, that both did really well. And Cartoon Network rejected it because they were like, well, kids don't know about your characters anymore, so why would anyone want to watch it?
It's not like people can relearn.
And to that, I say, hey, Cartoon Network, do you know how to get people to know about these characters? Do stuff with them.
Exactly.
Maybe air the show that you own, that you've owned for years.
The IP you own.
The IP that you own that you are ignoring, when you can just, like, promote it very easily by just airing it.
I think Smiling Friends... Like, I love Smiling Friends, first of all. Like, Smiling Friends made it very apparent with the one episode with, what was the character name called?
Gwimbly?
Gwimbly, yeah. Where it's like, it's my IP to sit on and do nothing with. It's just like, yeah, that's a lot of people. Not just game developers, but just, like, a lot of, like companies that create any kind of content. It's so fucked up. Like, you own so many IPs. What was it? I think, like, I saw a tweet on Twitter where it was, like, PlayStation's like, man, we need new IPs for, like, our thing. And then, like, I saw a tweet just, like, to the song of, like, Blue Sky, like, flashing all the IPs that PlayStation owned.
All of the IPs that they own, yeah. CEOs, I'm gonna be honest, hot take, I'm not a huge fan of the way that capitalism emphasizes, like making money over like just like making cool stuff. Where like, for example, a lot of these shows will like be canceled because like, oh, they're not meeting the profit margin that we want. We're not going to let them sit and like accumulate an audience. We're just going to cancel them, and we're not going to promote them at all. Because that takes extra money, and we don't want to do that. If it's not a natural success that goes viral on its own, we don't want it.
It's such like,
if we need to put in effort, it's like, yeah,
it's such an like unhealthy like mindset towards like a lot of like projects. Like, oh, this doesn't do well, or this isn't getting enough money. Like, if I remember correctly, the Powerpuff Girls, which also got canned in its early years, the reason why it got canned, from my knowledge, or if it was, I think it was either Powerpuff Girls or Dexter's Laboratory, one of the two. It was like on the Boomerang shows. Many reasons why a lot of the older shows got canned was because no merchandise was made, and therefore not much more money was even provided to help with the shows. So because of like there was no pipeline to certain shows, they're like, nah, no, we won't do that. It's like,
I don't know if that was necessarily Powerpuff or Dexter, but that is a reasoning for like a lot of shows getting canceled. It's like they're not pushing merch.
Yeah,
that was one of the reasons why I think
I don't remember, but it's like one of them.
Young Justice got canceled because it wasn't pushing merch, and like it was gaining the wrong audience. Like, they were aiming for younger boys, but like more like younger girls were watching it, and they considered that a failure of what they were trying to do, instead of like adapting to it and being like, oh, that's cool, we're gaining an audience that we didn't expect, let's see if we can
gaining a general audience,
capitalize on it,
like, you're
and
not
like kind of lean into it a bit.
They're just like, oh, we're not getting the audience you want, but you're getting an audience though. Yeah, but it's not what we want though.
We don't want this audience, we want a different audience that'll buy toys.
Who's to say they
even
won't
though we
buy it?
barely make any toys. and sometimes it genuinely we live in an era where if something's not an immediate success that doesn't need to be promoted, it can go completely viral on its own. It's not considered a success anymore. Because we live in an age of the internet where like we don't need to advertise our show. It'll go viral on its own if it's good. And like that's not the case.
It goes for a lot with like movies as well. Like one example I can really think of was like Elemental. Like I remember seeing a lot of the trailers for that movie, and it was only because all the trailers focused on that little rock shit. Was fucking just like, hey Ember, you're so hot.
An act of God. Or an act of
Claude. Yeah, that little shit. And Ember's just like, I'm literally too old for you, and we cannot do anything because elements don't mix. And it's just like, that was it. That was the only trailer you see. But when I actually went to go see the movie, and it was the most beautiful thing ever.
I think it's hilarious that she said we can't do anything. Elements don't mix, as if like that's not just a child. Like maybe the race stuff. Yeah, that might put a little bit of a damper on things, but also that's a child, Ember.
Yeah.
Maybe lead with that. I know the writers were just trying to emphasize the fact that they live in a very like segregated society, but like that is not the way to do it.
That's not the only segregation.
having her reject the child because they don't have the same race is not like the way to communicate that information. But anyway, yeah, no. Also, somebody in chat said Venture Bros needs more seasons. Completely agreed. I love that show, and it got canceled, and they got like a half-baked like movie follow-up that I didn't even watch yet, but I know that it doesn't even wrap up all of the stuff that they wanted to wrap up. So it's like, okay, whatever.
I still need to watch the Venture Bros. I've seen clips, and I absolutely adore it so much. It looks so good.
Yeah, more people need to watch that show.
It's just really upsetting with how like cruel like companies and like they're like basically abusing their IPs, and even like it's a whole like pipeline I could talk about for hours about like it starts with the companies, the CEOs, and then it goes down to like the people who actually work on the products, and even further down to like inspirations to the younger audiences and all that. And it's a whole like mess of a shit show. But we're not gonna talk about shit shows. Let's talk about your favorite place. What was your favorite thing or place that was as a kid that's just completely gone now to the modern age?
Cartoon Network.
Yeah.
Because like people will overestimate and be like, Cartoon Network is canceled. There's no more Cartoon Network. It still exists, but in brand name only. The same infrastructures of Cartoon Network do not exist anymore. The Cartoon Network building doesn't exist anymore. They sold it off.
It's a Spirit Halloween now.
It's basically a Spirit of Halloween now. It's all of the culture is just gone. All of the history. It feels like Cartoon Network when I was younger felt like such a space for all these different sorts of cartoons, and they were greenlighting stuff left and right, like all these new shows all the time. But now it's just like, yeah, so there's a new show and we're gonna air it for like 2 seasons,
maybe just 1
episodes each, and then we're gonna cancel it, and then we're gonna air this other one, and we're not gonna pay people correctly for their work. And not to be all depressed, but it's just like,
no, but I
just
get what you
miss.
mean.
Somebody said it in chat earlier, but I miss the Cartoon Network City era, where like the channel felt like an ecosystem, where like all of these cartoons were like living on the same channel,
world,
and they were living in like a same definitely in Cartoon Network City they were living in the same world, but it felt like it was like a family. Like the in-betweeners all of these shows,
that they'd have.
All of these shows, they all worked in the same department, and they all lived in the same apartment complex, and they hung out with each other like when their shows weren't running, and it felt organic and it felt fun. But now we don't have that sort of like shared space for Cartoon Network. Everything feels very isolated. Everything feels very isolated, and it only gets more isolated when like Cartoon Network cartoons sometimes don't even air on the channel anymore. They're like streaming exclusive now. So like it doesn't even feel like they're in the same place anymore.
I've been seeing like other cartoon platforms providers been trying to replicate that same feeling that Cartoon Network once did. Like it was like as you mentioned before, like Cartoon Network had their own world basically where all the cartoon characters like were like in union, like were like in like together, like the in-betweeners or like ads for some of them were like, one of the ones I remember was like it's a laundromat and Samurai Jack and Johnny Bravo are getting their laundry and Samurai Jack pulls out his like kimono, it's all pink, and Blossom comes, he's like, oops, sorry.
Yeah.
Like that, I loved that. But nowadays we have stuff from like not Cartoon Network, Nickelodeon and fucking the Disney Channel where like they mash their universes up. And then, like, the characters interact with other characters, like Luz from the Owl House will interact with Doofenshmirtz from Phineas and Ferb, or, like, in the fucking Nickelodeon, they have, like, a content farming looking thing where it's, like, Lincoln Loud, Dora the Explorer.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, it's, like, it's so ugly. I'm just like, no! You're doing it wrong somehow! How are you doing it wrong?
It's such an easy thing to get. I think that, you know, I don't give Disney creds on a lot of stuff, but I do think that it's doing a pretty good job of like celebrating its overall channel history with like a lot of the extra content that they make.
I do agree
like
with you.
I'm not a huge fan of like the Chibi-verse like show or whatever.
Yeah.
But I do really respect it for like how celebratory it is of like all aspects of the channel, like not even just the animated stuff. Like I saw that there were they represented some live action stuff in that as well, but like in that sort of chibi style. But especially like a lot of the side content, like occasionally Disney will just do like how to draw this character, and it's like this little animated short that features the character. And they did one about Bill Cipher recently. And I think it's cool that like stuff like Gravity Falls, even though it's been over for so long, is still getting...
It can still be brought back up.
Yeah, it's still getting content and stuff. And I don't think that show will ever come back. And I don't think that Alex Hirsch really wants it to come back. Like he got the space to tell the story he wanted to tell, and he closed the book on that. But I like that it's still acknowledged. I like that it's not over and we don't talk about it anymore. There's still so many people who enjoy that show, and there are so many little new avenues to enjoy it, whether that be like these little fun little animated shorts or like a book that just kind of lays out the lore for people who like are interested in that sort of thing.
Like the Book of Bill, especially now. Yeah,
it doesn't feel like... I think again it's that the idea of like isolation where like it feels now that when a show ends, it's never acknowledged or brought up ever again. And it's isolated. And like some stuff is isolated to broadcast, some stuff is isolated to streaming, and they never overlap. They never, even though they're owned by the same people, that those streams
it's
never
like they're
cross.
dead, basically.
It over time, it just kind of feels like when a show ends, it's dead.
Yeah.
It's not that it ended, it's that it's dead.
Yeah.
And I like that stuff like Gravity Falls is still obviously breathing. It's still obviously there. And, you know, props to Disney on that. Again, don't give props to Disney on many things, because I'm a pretty thorough Disney critic on a lot of stuff that they do.
Yeah, me too.
But I do think that they're nailing that specifically. Now, I wish that they treated the people who worked on their shows better and give them more benefits, but you know, that's just me.
You can't, you're not allowed to ask for too much. Disney's like, you can have this,
not
don't ask for
too
more.
much.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I think like that sense of like things still being able to persist even after ending, I think is a very a thing that I wish in general still existed in the way that I wish it did, with like stuff like Cartoon Network City and that sort of community aspect of it, where it felt like even if a show ended, they still reference it, they still have characters pop up from it, like in their infrastructure and shit, but like unless like something is like this big massive success, it's never referenced ever.
No, I
especially if it gets like canceled.
Oh yeah,
like I think some people like a show getting canceled is an admission of defeat, when in reality it should be treated as just like it. A show gets canceled, and it's okay to talk about it. It's still okay to reference it. You don't have to pretend like it didn't exist. It did have fans. But anyway.
No. Yeah.
On to the next question.
No, you're so.
Sorry, it's so depressing.
No, you're not. No. Look. On Nostalgic Chatters, we can get into all sorts of topics. We get into the good stuff, the angry stuff, the sad stuff. We get into all sorts of stuff. That it's like you said earlier into the stream. Like, it's not just one emotion; it's many emotions. So you're so fine. No, honestly, like, real shit talked about right there. Real shit talks about right there. Like,
yeah,
it's like it's nice to hear someone passionate about like things that like. It's nice to hear someone who's passionate about like certain things that like that other people probably didn't think like how to word it, basically. So no, you're so valid. Don't even worry about it.
Yeah, I mean, like, I sometimes do feel like old man yells at cloud sort of energy when I talk about this sort of stuff. But, like, I don't know. It just feels like I think streaming took a lot of stuff away. And it makes me sad sometimes. Because, like, I like the concept of streaming, but, like, the adverse effects that it has had on stuff I enjoy from when I was a kid just makes me very sad. And it makes me sad for, like, kids growing up. They will never have that sort of, like, vibe that like was cultivated for a while in the same way, and they'll never know that what they were missing out on either, which like that's so sad.
No, yeah, I do think like we can't go back to it is the thing. That's like the hardest reality.
Yeah.
We have this now. We gotta go the next best thing from like streaming now. Like, I don't know, we're gonna have TVs in our literal brains that we can just like, I don't know, live movies.
When I was a kid, I liked the hypothetical of that, but as I grow up, I'm just like, do we really need things in our brains?
Oh yeah,
is that actually going to help us at all, or just like?
It's scary to think about now, because like as a kid, it's like, yeah, the future, flying cars, we're gonna live in Chrome Valley or whatever, and now like as an adult, it's like,
yeah. Now as an adult, I'm like, I don't want flying cars. I want us to fix global warming.
I want you to like the capitalism, fix it, please stop.
Somebody just riffing on what somebody said in chat, like in general, yes, I miss bumpers. I miss television bumpers. I think streaming services, like, they don't have bumpers. I mean, they don't need them. I don't want bumpers on streaming. But I feel like so much character and love is like sapped out of these like cold like streaming services. They commit to one theme. They can't have any fun with like the layout or the UI to like make characters like relevant or something. I don't know. It's just Old man yells at cloud.
Well, let's move on to something a little bit more positive to help ease the conversation. Then let's talk about food. You like food? You like food?
I do like food a lot, actually.
All right. Well, what's your thoughts on school lunches?
School lunches, if I'm gonna be real, they were garbage. However, when I was a kid, I did not know the meaning of garbage.
Okay.
So sometimes at school, they would have these like chicken nuggets at my middle school that were mad good. Like they were they were kind of chewy in like a way that I think would gross me out as an adult. But as a kid, I was like, hell yeah. So I loved the chicken nuggets at my middle school. And occasionally they would sometimes have pizza bagels, which also went fucking hard as hell. So I normally didn't get school lunches. However, those went hard as hell. So whenever those were out, I was like, okay, I'm taking
Renee,
money out of my wallet.
Shut up, Renee. Sorry, I got triggered by
Bag milk.
No, shut up. Shut up. No, we're not talking about this. I will get triggered.
I used to drink milk when I was younger. I still do sometimes, just for fun.
Hold on, I need to show you something. I need to know something, Salty.
Bag milk.
So, it's about bagged milk. I'm gonna ask you about bagged milk. I'm gonna show you an image, and I want you to tell me how you feel when you look at it. How do you feel when I show you this image that is processing right now? Wow, this image is processing. Thank you. There we go.
I mean, hey, if it works, it works. Bag milk is like hilarious in concept, but like if it's just a bag that all you need to do is pierce it with a straw and then drink it, isn't that just a Capri Sun?
No, Capri Sun's completely different though. Like this is just
How
like,
is it different?
because it's like pre-set up. Like there's a hole to set up. It can stand by itself. Like if you put a straw in Capri Sun, you can stand it by itself.
I don't know what you're talking about because there's some Capri Suns that don't have the hole. You just pierce the top.
Okay, but it still stands by itself. This is just like a blob. This is like a like I can throw it.
Does a drink need to stand for you to drink it?
I mean, like, I don't like my drink to move, like, wobble.
Listen, you don't need to drink bag milk, but you gotta admit that it's an accessible and easy way to transport liquid.
I think it's messy, and whoever thought about it, I need to have a long conversation with.
Like, I wouldn't drink bag milk out of preference. I would much rather it in, like, a cup or something, but I can acknowledge that it's good.
I'm not gonna argue about this because it's like a heated conversation for me now, because I had an interview, they told me that they drink bagged milk for school lunches, and I just can't comprehend the idea of bagged milk.
Yeah, I
like
prefer
that.
mine from, like, little cartons.
Yeah, okay.
Personally, if that was me.
Rape, shut the fuck up. I hate my mods. Anyway. I'm going to ask you your next question before I lose my mind at bagged milk again for the 40th time. What was your favorite fast food restaurant as a kid, and does it still hold up to your taste?
So when I was a kid, I really liked McDonald's because I was a little white boy.
Yeah.
And as little white boys do, they like McDonald's.
Mm-hmm.
These days, I don't really eat McDonald's that much because, like, it makes me feel horrible.
Yeah.
It's good for, like, a couple of minutes, and then the rest of the night, it's just, like...
Pain.
Oh, geez, yeah, pain. Like I have IBS, so it's, like, irritable bowels all over, like, for hours. It's even worse when, like, you go to sleep before it really starts to hit, and then you just wake up in the middle of the night to, like, your stomach, like, going inside out.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, definitely probably McDonald's. But also the thing is like I said earlier, I was born with a cleft lip and palate, and I had a lot of facial reconstruction surgery done. So my nasal airways are like not what a lot of other people's have, where it's like it's easier to breathe through your nose and stuff. Because of that, my sense of taste is kind of dulled in some areas.
Really?
So yeah, so like for example, salty foods, I can't taste salt as easy as everybody else. So something like McDonald's that like dumps salt on it like it was like deep fried in the ocean is perfect for me because I'm actually able to taste the salt. However, it does raise my blood pressure significantly. So
you can't even tell, basically.
Yeah. So yeah, fun fact, everybody. I can't taste salt as easy as other people, which is hilarious because that's my fucking name.
So, is your taste to like food still like somewhat bland from that, or has it like changed?
Well, the thing is that I've never really been able to tell how good I could taste food, because of the fact that I've lived like this my whole life. I did get a rhinoplasty where my nasal pathways were like straightened. So I could breathe for a while. And the plan was to keep it like that forever. But shortly after the surgery, in a freak accident, I accidentally sneezed and I fucked up my nasal passage again. So we sunk all the money into that for nothing. And what even better is that some stitches got undone inside of my skull.
Oh no!
And caused all sorts of problems that I had to go to the ER for. But that's neither here nor there.
Oh god!
So for a little bit, I was able to taste things pretty well. But then I went back, gradually, like my nose kind of like shifted back into its previous position. So I'm back at square one. Maybe someday I'll like try to get a rhinoplasty again, but definitely not anytime soon because that shit was horrible and I hated it. And I'm fine with my nose being the way that it is. That's just how I am.
Okay.
And it's not like it limits me in any way.
Right.
I just can't breathe through my nose as easy as other people, and I sometimes can't taste things as well. But anyway, McDonald's salty foods. was very fundamental growing up.
Mm-hmm. Do you have a different like fast food restaurant that you prefer now over McDonald's?
Probably, if I go fast food, I'm probably gonna go Wendy's now.
Mm-hmm.
It's a bit less gross than McDonald's. I also think that I don't usually get that much fast food these days. My palate is a lot wider, thank God.
Mm-hmm.
There's a local Mexican food place that like I've kind of fallen in love with recently because their food is like really cheap and accessible, but it's also like delicious.
Mm-hmm.
They make these amazing burritos that I'm like super into. That like whenever I get sad, I'm just like, okay, I'm eating the shit out of that burrito like all night.
Oh, okay. No,
for to reference the mod that talked about switching over to Wendy's and really liking it. Yeah, it's basically just like, I'm gonna be honest, there are parts of Wendy's food that I don't like as much as McDonald's, but I feel a lot less like shit after eating them. So, sorry, what were you saying, Tim?
No, you're fine. It's okay. I was just gonna say I was also a big McDonald's person. White girl here. So I was really into McDonald's, but honestly, I was more in it for the toys. Like every time I would hear about McDonald's having a new toy,
hell yeah.
I'd be like, Mom, we gotta go to McDonald's, please, Mom, we gotta go to McDonald's. She's like, why? We just had dinner. I'm just like, they have a new toy. I want the toy. Let's go get the toy. I want it.
You get it. It feels like the toys have gotten shittier.
No, they
over
have.
Time.
They have actually because of Okay.
No, I was just gonna say, not even in like a way of like old man yells at clouds. Like back in my day, toys were better. Like no, I've literally seen the new toys and they are like garbage.
No, they are because basically McDonald's had a shift, I think around COVID, where they believe it's like, oh man, we're using so much plastic for our toys. We should limit our toys and how fun they are. So let's just do other things like coloring pages or paper crowns or very flimsy plastic toys or plush, like very like not even plushies, like sheet paper with like tissue paper inside as like foam or whatever. They literally decided that they thought the toys that they were making was so wasteful, which okay, fair enough. Like you want to save the planet. You're not helping though. Like, what you're doing is you're just making shit, along with your other shit. So now no one wants to buy from you.
I really like when they used to have, like, promotions where they would give, like, stuff like Yu-Gi-Oh cards or, like, Pokemon cards in, like, little packs for kids.
Mm-hmm.
Or even, like little game consoles that like had LCD screens and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Those were really cool. I can't believe that those even existed. I had a couple of Sonic ones when I was growing up.
Mm-hmm.
They're basically like Game and Watch consoles, basically.
Mm-hmm. I will always say, I stand by this personally. I think Burger King had the better toys in comparison to McDonald's. Like, Burger King had the best
I would
toys.
need to, like, see the comparison, because I hadn't gone to Burger King as much.
Do you know about the gold-plated Pokemon cards?
Oh, yeah, wait, no, I did hear about this. I don't think I got one, but...
Burger King actually sold those for a bit.
That shit's cool.
Yeah, they had that. Like the gold... Like, it wasn't real gold, obviously, it was, like, fool's gold. But, like, they had gold fucking toys. And, like, it was so cool. Like, it was so cool. I remember that was, like, the one thing I wanted as a kid was the Mewtwo gold-plated card from Burger King. Because Mewtwo is my favorite Pokemon. But, obviously, it didn't release when I was born. Because the Pokemon movie came out before I was born. But I always wanted that Pokemon card. And my mom refused to buy it for me. Because she's like, it's a waste of money. It's not even real gold. What would you do with them? She's like... But Mewtwo.
But I have it in my collection, and I could stare at it for hours instead of going outside.
Exactly. But funny enough, the moment I turned 18 and I got my PayPal and I got my very first like art commission, I bought that Pokemon card. I bought the gold-plated Pokemon card because that was the one thing I wanted ever since.
Yeah.
And I have it, and it's on my mantle, and I love it so much. But no, yeah, Burger King had that. Burger King had the gold-plated cards, and among like a bunch of other toys. Honestly, like I'm like scrolling through, like their toys could be compared to like McDonald's, but like Personally, I always thought like McDonald's had like slightly more superior toys. I need to like compare them at one point as like a stream. Just like the fact being that Burger King had the gold plated cars just wins for me.
Yeah, that sounds cool as hell.
Oh no, yeah, but besides fast food, what was your broccoli? The food you absolutely despise, and do you still hate it to this day, or have you grown?
Carrots.
Carrots.
Yeah, I don't like carrots.
You don't like carrots?
I still don't. Yeah, I'm not a big carrot guy.
Well, what was like your first like interaction with like a carrot? Like,
probably when I was like a baby.
You always hated like carrots like the mush. Like that's
yeah, I don't like them. Well, the mush is a little bit easier to get down, but like you know, like the carrot coins when like you chop it up so that they look like little flat little coins.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't eat those.
Really?
Unless they're cooked in a very specific way. Like if it's just like raw carrots, especially, I can't get down.
Like raw carrots, so the like
raw carrots especially, I have trouble getting down. If carrots are cooked enough where they're kind of mushy and I can very easily like eat them with my teeth, then I'm fine.
Okay.
But if they're like hard, I can't.
So like baby carrots, for example, that's like a no, never.
Baby carrots, oh my god, no, I can't.
Okay. I like that you had that answer so ready. Just most of the time people are just like, I don't know, I have to think about it. It's like carrots.
Yeah, I've had to think about some of these questions, but like some of them like this, I'm just like, not carrots.
Fair enough. No, props to you. My goodness. Oh well, besides carrots, what's your comfort food? What was your comfort food as a kid? And does
pretzels.
Soft pretzels or hard pretzels?
Hard pretzels.
Like the crunchy
specifically,
ones?
Snyder's pretzel rods.
Oh.
Yeah.
Did you ever like you prefer the sticks over like the twisty ones, or?
Yeah, specifically the rods, not the sticks. The sticks are like the smaller ones. The rods are like the long.
The thicker ones too.
Yeah, I actually just had some earlier before we started stream as like a little snack in the meantime. And yeah, no, I fucking love pretzel rods. I've loved them since I was a kid. And I still, for some reason, like them, which is weird because I've had them so many times.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, I like pretzels so much, I probably should have incorporated them into my username somehow. But I mean,
salty.
Hey, salty
pretzels.
That's there, yeah.
I mean, like, your hair kind of looks like a pretzel.
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
Okay, well, so like the pretzel rods. What's your thoughts on like soft pretzels, like Pennsylvania soft pretzels?
Oh, soft pretzels are cool too. Like I'll eat any sort of pretzel. Like let's be real. But I think on my tier list of like best pretzels of all time, Snyder's pretzel rods are the best ones that I've had.
Okay, well,
specifically Snyder's. Like if you get any sort of pretzel, yes, if you get any sort of pretzel rods, like they bake pretzel rods sometimes in a really weird way that I don't like the texture.
Mm-hmm.
But Snyder's pretzel rods rock. They're like, I could eat so many of those in one sitting if like you just gave me a bag and told me to go to town.
What would you do if like the Snyder's pretzel rods just like stopped, like they discontinued?
I don't think I can say what I would do on stream. It's pretty violent.
Fair enough.
I'm not even joking. I literally, I don't even know how I would keep living.
You change your answer of what you would bring back.
Yeah. Like literally like that, I would bring that back. If they ever discontinued Snyder's pretzel rods, I might have an issue.
You start having like a life supply of them.
Oh my god, yeah. I would buy them in bulk. Like, I'm not even joking. I would buy them in bulk and like ration that shit.
Mm-hmm.
Even if they expired, I would like hold on to them just in case they still kind of stayed good.
The expiration date is just the government lying to you.
Yeah, I gotta say these talk sprites that you have are like really kind and nice, and they make me look like I'm talking about something really happy. Genuinely, I'd be so violent and insane.
That's the best part. That's the best part. Oh my god. I was also gonna ask about like on the topic of like soft pretzels specifically. What's your thoughts on like people like drizzling stuff on soft pretzels? Because I know like people put toppings on that, not just mustard.
Oh
by
yeah,
the
like
way.
go nuts. Like honey mustard, ketchup, chocolate, whatever the fuck people want. It's usually rad.
What's your thoughts on like chocolate covered pretzels?
Oh, chocolate covered pretzels is my jam.
Oh,
I love
okay.
putting stuff on pretzels. In fact, some of my favorite dipping stuff for pretzels is chocolate related,
Oh.
or like a veggie dip, like
like ranch.
not I don't know if it's like ranch. It's like a vegetable like dipping sauce that I sometimes see get sold at like Wegmans or like Trader Joe's or something.
I think I might know what you're talking about, but I don't know what's called.
It's like white with like some specks in it, but it's like not ranch. Or maybe it is ranch. I don't really remember, but
like what color is it?
it's white. With like some specks in it.
It's probably ranch.
I don't think it's ranch.
Because
I don't like ranch.
I'm not sure then. I would need to know, I would need to go look it up.
Yes, I'm like I'm immediately looking it up.
It sounds like ranch. I don't know. I don't like ranch either.
Let me see if I can find some at like Wegmans or something
Thank you
like
for the
that. Maybe at
follow.
like Stop and Shop.
Mm-hmm.
Dang, the fact that one of the top results is ranch is not helping my case.
Where do you buy it, like specifically?
Oh, it is ranch. I'm an idiot.
I told you. I
found the exact brand too. Okay, so I do like ranch.
You do eat ranch. You lie to yourself.
This is the exact brand that I get. I can't believe I just because you want to know what's crazy is that I sometimes when I buy stuff, I don't recognize it based off of what it's called. I recognize how it's packaged.
Fair enough.
And I'm like, oh, I like that.
So you mean to tell me you looked at this as it went like, yeah, that's not ranch.
No, that's green.
What
See, it's got all the green accent. The green and white accents is like what tips me off of like, oh, that's the one I like.
So you don't read what it is when you get it?
No, I mean like this is from my childhood. Like my mom used to give me like these ranch veggie dips like all the time. So I guess I just didn't recognize that it was ranch until I actually like looked at it. I'm sure there's many times in my life where I looked at it and I was like, oh, ranch.
I'm just curious, like if you went to like a store by yourself recently and you went to go grab this sauce cup and you're just like, oh yeah, that's the one I like, and you're just like, you don't realize that it's ranch?
Because the thing is that I sometimes recognize stuff by just colors.
Like imagery.
And like shapes. Yeah. So like to me, I didn't know this was ranch. I just knew that it was like veggie dip.
It was the sauce you like.
Which is, it literally, it does say veggie dip on it. So I wasn't wrong. I just didn't know it was ranch. I was just like, it's veggie dip that's like green that I like. That was how it was in my brain.
I want to say I get it, but at the same time it says ranch in bold. Like, well, it's not bold.
Well, I'm usually not looking at it. I'm usually dipping stuff into it.
And this is what you dip your pretzels in?
Yes, sometimes.
Okay. So now you know you like ranch.
Yes, now I know I like ranch.
That's crazy. It's just like no, it wasn't ranch. It's like it sounds like ranch, and it ends up being.
Yeah, and it was indeed ranch. You were correct.
Oh my god, that's so funny though. Oh my god. So, all right, so are you ready for some personal hitting questions? I'm gonna personally hit you with these questions.
Please do.
All right. Do you think nostalgia or having nostalgia is a weakness or empowering as we grow up?
I think it's a double-edged sword because I think that there are ways that it can be a strength, but I feel like most often times it does feel kind of like a weakness to some people. To me, I feel like it's a strength because I draw a lot from my innate nostalgia of things to do what I do and to like work on stuff that I enjoy. I mean, like, we are a culmination of our nostalgia and our experiences as people. So I think in that way, it is a strength to draw from your experiences and stuff that you enjoy.
Mm-hmm.
But I sometimes do feel like nostalgia is a weakness because I think it's used as a crutch for a lot of different things. Like there's a lot of different media corporations that kind of abuse people's nostalgia to like make sure that their shows are successful.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's so many reboots and remakes,
Like
and
a
it's
manipulation tactic almost.
yeah, and I'm not saying that reboots and remakes are like unnecessary or are
Bad.
not good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not saying that they're bad. I'm just saying that they're very much overly relied upon.
Mm-hmm.
There's so many new and fun ideas that people would enjoy that just don't really get focused on because we to decide to instead focus on stuff that we've seen a million times in a row.
Mm-hmm.
Like I it's like we were talking about before. It's like nobody's really taking risks anymore because we already know it works, so we just keep doing that over and over again
Without really trying anything new or like seeing what could happen from it. No, yeah, that's like a lot of things that a lot of companies do. I've seen, especially like just anywhere, like not even like cartoons or like video games, like especially like toy companies. I've seen like I went to like my local Walmart supercenter, and I like going through the toy aisle. I'm a collector. I like collect Monster High dolls, so I like to see if there's new ones. And last time I went there, I saw that they had like Rainbow Bright and also like Strawberry Shortcake, like classic dolls of them. And like they're like in their classic like form, and they're reselling it to celebrate the 50th anniversaries for them. And it's like that's really cool that they're reselling the like these old dolls like in like to a new like public. But it's also like, damn, why are you here?
Yeah. It's interesting because I think what people are saying in chat too is also very like correct, where inspiration is like a really good emotion in nostalgia, and it sometimes can inspire new ideas that use like certain tropes or certain things from your past that like really inspired you, or it's stuff that you're nostalgic about. I mean, there's so many shows that are coming out now that have like inspirations that are tied to like older stuff. Even stuff like Gravity Falls is inspiring people so much. Like Gravity Falls is a really big inspiration to me, and it still feels so relatively recent. But like I'm sure that if Disney had their way, they probably would have like rebooted Gravity Falls, or they're planning on doing it eventually regardless of like what anyone wants. Just because if something is successful back then it's going to be successful again because people like it, and not only do they like it, but they have strong feelings associated from their childhoods, and they want to recapture that in any way that they can. But like sometimes nostalgia can hold us back. We gotta try new things. I think that's why like I'm really big on trying to watch a lot more horror movies recently, is because I don't have nostalgia for horror, but now that I'm watching them now, I'll probably have nostalgia for this specific time in my life later on in life, because it's the time I started really watching horror movies for the first time, and I'm having a blast. I have no connection to any of these movies, but I'm getting to watch them with friends, and I'm getting to enjoy a new experience that I wouldn't have otherwise.
No,
but yeah,
that just makes me happy to hear about like new people trying horror, because I was not always into horror as a kid, but I was and wasn't. But so it's really fun. Getting into horror is like a new thing is really fun, and I would recommend to anyone who's like not afraid to watch a horror movie, basically.
yeah.
But
and like I said though too, just not to discount like all remakes or reboots, like they do have their place, and there are ones that I really like and I think are great. Like I think Fiona and Cake especially, like I really like that show a lot, and I'm very excited for whatever they end up doing for season 2, just because I'm a big Adventure Time head, and it doesn't even feel like a reboot or like a soft like reboot. It genuinely just feels like it's a continuation of the show that always was supposed to happen. Mostly because so much was like kind of left like not finished or not wrapped up, and it does an amazing job of doing it without feeling like it's like super forced and like remember that thing and remember this thing. Like I don't know, it kind of does that, but like in a way that doesn't feel like fuck you. Like, remember this?
Remember
Isn't this
this?
great?
Yeah.
When you were a kid and you liked it, and you liked when Darth Vader said, "I'm Darth Vader," or whatever. I don't give a fuck. But yeah, like there are places for it. I just think it's like used as a crutch for, especially like big corporations use it as like a massive crutch. Uh, but yeah, basically, I'm just saying I think people should take more risks and try to like reach out of their comfort zone a little bit, because I think nostalgia creates a certain zone of comfort that we like to sit in, and it's totally cool to like talk about and like kind of dwell in it and give into it and enjoy it, because that's what it's there for. But it shouldn't be the be all end all of somebody's life. You shouldn't have your entire life focused on nostalgia. It's a little itty bitty part of you. And like the stuff that you see, like, for example, I would hate if my nostalgia years from now was nostalgia about when I was a kid, you know?
That sounds horrible, actually.
I want to have nostalgia for the stuff I'm experiencing now, years from now. Like, I want to be older and think about when I was 26 and I was hanging out and doing all the stuff I'm doing now, instead of just focusing on the past all the time. Although it still is wonderful to focus on the past, and I use aspects of that to like drive my decision making going forward as well.
That's where it comes in as a double-edged sword.
Yeah.
No,
I also, I will say one of my favorite things about the way that people use nostalgia these days is whenever there's a show that is a reboot of something else but takes it in a completely new direction. That isn't just the same thing, but again with like shot for shot remakes. Like the Lion King remakes, I hate, because it's just a shot for shot remake of like the original movie, but with just like realistic lions.
Yeah.
Like I feel like I think creatively it's kind of like if people like it, that's totally their prerogative. Like, I understand that. Like, there are parts of it that are good, but everything that's good about it is not its own. It's the original that is good, and it took aspects from that just to do it, but again. It is cool to see the characters as real life lions and stuff, but I'd rather watch like a 10-minute YouTube video that's called like Lion King, but the designs are like what Lion King's characters would look like in real life. Like, I'd rather watch that for like 10 minutes and then turn it off and be like, wow, that sure was Lion King characters in real life, than I would watch a live action full version of it.
No, yeah, I 100% agree on that, honestly. Just some things are just kind of meant to be in the past. You don't need to bring back everything.
Yeah, and if people do that, I want to see it done in a way that it wouldn't have been done when it was relevant.
Progress with it, basically.
Yeah, progress with it. That's why I really like the Fiona and Cake stuff that they've been doing with that, and a couple of others of other stuff. It's not just like the repetition of the same thing over and over. Like, it's these new stories with like new stuff going on. Star Wars is almost that.
But
right now, but it just kind of feels like they're constantly they've kind of MCU-ified that shit, where like instead of them just being good stories on their own that take place in like a galaxy far, far away, it's stories that all interconnect. And remember when Darth Vader and Yoda, and remember when Luke, and remember when Ahsoka from TV show. Remember Ahsoka from TV show.
I don't think you remember.
Let me tell you. Let me show you. Here's Ahsoka from TV show.
Let me show you.
And at first it was cool as a Star Wars fan, but then they kept doing it, and I was just like, oh, this has no impact on me, because it's just you telling me, look at this thing. Look at this thing. Remember this thing. Remember?
You're not looking.
You're not looking at the thing. And it doesn't help that the stories itself are getting worse. So there's nothing to keep my attention other than you dangling keys in front of me and shaking them violently.
Ooh, you like this thing, right? Remember when you liked this thing? You still like this thing, right? Ooh.
Yeah. And as much as I love the Sonic movies, they kind of do feel like that sometimes. So I'm really hoping that like the next Sonic movie with, Shadow, like Sonic movie 3, I'm hoping that the movie is just really good. Like, I want a good movie with Shadow the Hedgehog in it. But realistically, I am just going there so that I can watch Shadow beat the fuck out of every single character on screen.
And also
Humans
everyone
and
going
all.
to see Maria get shot.
That too. I'm there for the depression hedgehog.
The depressed hedgehog. Yeah,
Yes.
I really want to go see that in theaters. Oh, I'm excited for it.
It's gonna be an amazing day.
Well, moving on to the next question. What was your thing as a kid? Was it art, gaming, writing, any of the sorts? And how's that hobby and skill developed over the years? And how would you compare it to your younger years?
When I was a kid, my two main things were gaming, and art, and acting. I said two things and I said three. Whoops. I meant to say three. But those are my three main things. And all of those kind of folded into what I do now, surprisingly. I thought I was going to be doing more like film industry stuff, but during college, I started taking YouTube a lot more seriously. I didn't use it as like a job, but I ended up doing it like just as a fun hobby that I really enjoyed. And I ended up clicking with it a lot more than I thought I would. And then when COVID hit, my partner actually encouraged me, hey, like everybody's having a really hard time getting jobs since COVID hit as like everybody's graduating. I think you should try doing YouTube full time and see where that takes you. And then I did it, and I was able to make it a sustainable job, at least for right now. That might change in the future. I might stop doing YouTube and do something else or work for somebody else. I have no idea. I'm just kind of letting life take me where it takes me. But all of that stuff from when I was younger has vastly helped me in what I do now. I never thought I'd do this as a job, but it's interesting how echoes of what I used to enjoy when I was a kid, I still do enjoy, and I actively use for my job, like drawing and you know, I love video games, so I do a lot of video games, and I still do like acting, but I don't do like physical in-person acting. I do
voice acting.
I do voice acting. I do voice work. And it's a realm that I enjoy a lot more because I have such an appreciation for like animation as an art. But I don't think, it makes me sad to say, and I'm not going to concretely say this. I'm going to say this as like a blanket statement, but I don't think I'm ever going to really like get into animating myself too hardcore in the future.
Right.
I think I missed the boat on it, which sucks, but like, you know, I'm okay with it. As long as I can live my life having an appreciation for it, I think that that's enough for me. Like, I don't need to know the like intricacies of like, you know, keyframing and stuff like that. Although I do kind of like, I just don't have that much practice with animation as I think I probably should have at this point. But I'm just glad that I can have an appreciation for something and have a small role in either working with people for it or paying people for animation work for like videos that I work on. One of my favorite things is getting to meet like amazing artists and animators and just help fund their work via like my stuff. Like for example, one of my favorite things that I've ever gotten to work on has been I occasionally do these like web comics that I don't post on YouTube. I literally just drop them on Twitter and Tumblr sometimes. And the latest one that we did was a comic about Shadow the Hedgehog. And you know, it is pretty funny to think about like, oh man, like I'm so excited about this comic I made about Shadow the Hedgehog, but like, man, I fucking killed it on that comic. I loved how that shit came out. It was a fun project. We literally just did like 11-page little web comic. It's a single thing. It's called a comic about or a talk between friends. It's a comic about Shadow and Maria talking, and you know, just, you know, them hanging out on the ark and like kind of a meaningful conversation that they have together. And you know, I'm such a big fan of Shadow, and I've always kind of beat myself up because I stopped writing pretty early on in my life, and I wanted to write more. So I decided that I was going to take some money from the YouTube channel and get a couple of artist friends together, and we would just make some little comics together. And yeah, no, I made it with my two friends, Colin and Claire. Claire being well, both of them being like artist friends that are both amazing. Colin did backgrounds, Claire did the characters, and me and Claire did the storyboards together. And I wrote the script, and I also I learned how to do comic bubbles specifically for that comic. I didn't know how to do speech bubbles before, but I learned, and it's actually very interesting. And I like that I live and I do a job now that stuff I was nostalgic for as a kid, I can have an active hand in making. Even if it's just still fan content, I just really enjoy it. And I enjoy learning and appreciating stuff. Like, if I never made that comic, I don't think that I would have such a deep appreciation for typography in comic books. Like, it seems like such a simple thing, but like, if you want to make it readable, you have to position things in just the right way so that people can maximize their understanding of what to read and when, and like how to read it, you know? And you don't think about that when you're just absorbing content. Or absorbing media. I shouldn't even call it content. It feels dirty to do so.
No, yeah, I've stopped calling things content myself. Like, when it comes to other people's creations, like you made a comic. That's what it is. It's not just content.
We made a fun comic that was really meaningful to me for a couple of different reasons, especially, you know, topic of the podcast, nostalgia.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, I definitely think that there's so many skills I had when I was a kid that even if I didn't fully pursue as an adult, I still use aspects of, and I have such a deep appreciation for, because I really like learning about it. I love, even if I'm not an animator like I wish I was when I was a kid, I have such a deep appreciation for animation as a medium. And I love like getting to work on anything that has any sort of animation whenever I can, and stuff like that. So yeah, I gotta stop ending my statements with "so yeah," but we're gonna work on that.
No, you're doing great. Don't even worry about it. I didn't even notice until you said that.
Yeah.
Now I'm gonna notice every time.
I'm gonna try not to for the rest of this.
Let's see if you can.
Thankfully, we only got a couple more questions, so I think I'll be able to handle it.
This question I'm always scared of asking. But what would you consider the cringiest thing you did? Would you do that same cringy thing again? Would you have changed it if you could?
Everything. Everything when I was a kid was cringy. And I think for a while I hated that. I hated that I found so much of what I look back on cringy. But I think at a certain level, when you kind of grow up more, the idea of cringe is just... it's just a word to make you feel bad about something that you did that you might view as like, oh, that was kind of like lame or something, or like, oh, that was embarrassing. Like, I think one of my quote-unquote cringiest moments is when I had an art class in middle school, and for the art class, you know, we would just work on our projects all period, and the art teacher said that, hey, if anybody wants to play their own favorite music, like, come in with a CD and we'll play it for the class while we work. And you know, me being a big Sonic fan and a nerd, I immediately went home and I burned a CD with one song on it, "Live and Learn" by Crush 40 from Sonic Adventure 2. And I brought that into my art class, and I got mercilessly bullied for it.
Oh.
She played it. It wasn't mellow music at all. Like, it's hardcore. But people were like, what's this song from, dude? And I'm like, oh, it's from this game. I really like Sonic. And they heard it was from a game, and I just got bullied the fuck out of.
Oh.
But yeah, no, like, I look back on that and I'm like, oh yeah, that was really cringy, but it wasn't cringy. I just really liked something, and I wanted to show it to other people, and if they didn't like it, that's fine. But, you know, I did indeed get bullied for it, so that part does suck. But like, it's not their cup of tea. I wish I could go back in time to just tell my younger self that it was okay that I did that, and it wasn't wrong for me to do so. It's just societally, it's like, you know, some things are viewed as cringy and we must make fun of it, when in reality it's just usually people like being excited about something, or like not knowing, like, I guess, like social boundaries or norms, which I think can, you know, play a factor in what is considered cringy. But I think people are just excited about what they like, or excited to talk to people, and that's, you know, That's kind of how I feel. I think people get where I'm coming from. I feel like I don't need to like
No,
over-explain it.
No, I get you. I get you.
I went through an era where cringe. I was all about like, oh man, thinking about how cringy I was, but I was just a kid having fun. I
Mhm.
shouldn't have looked back at myself that I was like this cringe lord or anything. I was just a kid having fun, and I didn't understand like that's like how to talk to people or how to express myself in just the right way. But I was working on it. I was learning.
Mhm.
You must free yourself from the cringe to be truly happy.
I live by that every day. That's why most of my things are, like, I don't feel guilty about for the things I like Garten of Banban or Creepypasta or anything like that.
Exactly. Fucking like creepypasta especially. I still love creepypastas.
Mm-hmm. I, I have I have an entire shelf right next to me that is filled with a lot of creepypasta stuff. Specifically of one specific character with a carved smile that I'm not gonna name. You can guess who it is. But
Jeffrey Killer.
Well, you didn't have to say it out loud!
Was it Jeffrey Killer?
Yeah, there's a lot of hef there.
And I'm glad that in modern years, creepypasta stuff is not only still relevant, but it's relevant in a new way, because a lot of creepypasta stuff that I was into when I was a kid is being like rediscovered by people through like Friday Night Funkin' of all things.
Mhm. Oh, it's
Like
great.
it's great that like even in 2024 Sonic.exe is still such a big figure in the community. I've talked a lot about Sonic during this podcast, my bad.
No,
I like Sonic.
No. I'm no. Don't shut up about Sonic. Don't shut up. Don't you dare shut up.
I know. I wanted to have a more all-encompassing conversation instead of defaulting back to, hey, remember when Sonic did that thing?
I also like Sonic. I just want to.
Yeah.
If it's
Fuck.
Okay. Oh.
I said, but yeah, or so yeah, whatever.
The streak is broken. You've ruined it.
Yeah. Go on with your thing. What were you saying?
I was just gonna say, can I show you a picture of what my creepypasta shelf I have?
Please do. Please share with the class.
I'll even show it on stream because I don't think I showed it on stream before, but.
Damn, this is kind of sick.
Thank you.
I'm actually jealous of how like thorough this is.
You can tell I have a favorite character.
Yeah, I mean like I have a shelf that's very similar to this that's dedicated to like JoJo stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But even then, I'm still working on like incorporating like cool merch and like decorating it more instead of it just being like the books and like the Blu-rays.
Oh, I go on Etsy a lot, which I'm gonna show in chat. This is my creepypasta, mostly Jeff shrine I have. Cause I like creepypasta a little too much. Specifically Jeff. Honestly, like Etsy's where it's at. Etsy's where it's at for like any like sort of things. And also, I have a little hack if you ever want to buy stickers, but you don't want to waste them. Use really cheap tape, like Scotch tape, double fold it, put it on the back of the sticker, and just place it wherever you want. Reuse, baby.
That's a really good idea. I actually never thought of that.
Mm-hmm. And then once you want to place the sticker somewhere else or you want to take it off, you can just carefully peel the tape off, and it's like if it's cheap tape, it won't tear the backing, and the sticker is still usable.
Nice. I also in general just really like, I gotta say like Jeff the Killer's not my cup of tea, but I do think he's very iconic and very like just like a super influential figure in just like that community in general. And it's just so cool that like a character that it's like, it's kind of like Slender Man where like, yes, he does have an origin where like one person made him, but it kind of feels like he's almost a community made character.
So really funny story about Jeff the Killer, actually. He does have a technical owner, which is the person who made a Photoshop of the picture, which it is said, I don't think it's 100% true, because there's always a bunch of stories about the Jeff the Killer image, like, oh, the picture's actually of a woman that sadly passed away, or, oh no, this is a picture of a child. The creator of it said that it was just a picture of himself that he just edited in Photoshop and fucked around with, which I feel like is a little bit more believable, personally. But, no, yeah, the funny thing about Jeff is that story that was made of course wasn't real, because like, oh, this 13-year-old was set on fire and fucking carved a smile and killed his family, even though it's very unrealistic that would ever happen. But
oh yeah,
I love Jeff the Killer, and again, like you said, he was adopted by the community, and
yeah, like I just think he's like one of those like he's such a well-known entity online that he just kind of almost feels like there is no owner, even though there very clearly is.
mm-hmm.
It's like Slenderman too, like Slenderman and like Sonic.exe. It just kind of feels like there are these like ethereal internet characters that have just been passed around for like years and years, and they all have like, artists have different interpretations of how they look, but they're all like similar enough where you can be like, oh, that's Jeff.
Yeah, that's Jeff.
Yeah, that's my boy Jeff.
It's kind of like Miku in a way.
Yeah, that's a really good way of putting it.
Mm-hmm.
Because Miku was also like, there is a clear owner of Miku, but like you can also just buy the Vocaloid programs and make your own Vocaloid songs, and people have, and they're very good.
Mm-hmm.
I really like the recent trend where like, I forget what band it was, but like there was some TikTok band that like put out a song that was really good, but then they just also were like featuring Hatsune Miku, and it's because they had the Vocaloid software and like the rights to like do that.
Yeah.
So they just like did featuring Hatsune Miku on it. It was great.
I think I know what you're talking
and her
about.
part is really good too. So
oh yeah.
I wish I remember what band it was, but yeah, Celebi.
I love like fandom characters like that. Like that just like anyone could do anything with it. There's no specific home for it. And Miku, shit, everyone, the Miku, we love Miku. Brazilian Miku, come back, please.
Yeah, Brazil, please come back to us. Or maybe, you know what?
Yeah,
maybe
don't.
Instead of coming back, we should just all leave.
Yeah, no,
We should
Brazil,
leave too.
stay over there. We're coming over to you.
Stay over there. We're coming to you.
Yeah, don't come back. We're coming to you. Don't worry, Brazil.
Though, yeah, no, I really do love. Not to get too off track from the question, because
fine.
I'm gonna circle back, but yeah, no, I just really, I find it is so interesting that we live in an age with the internet where like just some characters are just kind of adopted by communities. It feels like other characters, like even Sans Undertale.
Oh God.
Even if you've never played Undertale, you know who Sans is.
You've seen him. He's
You've
everywhere.
seen him, and like you've seen fan art of him before. There are some people that think Stronger Than You is a fan song of Undertale when it's from fucking Steven Universe. I still think that's crazy that some people think that.
It is, yeah.
I feel like crazy for like even knowing that some people think that that's like an Undertale fan song.
No, it's from Steven Universe, and it's funny as hell. It doesn't help that there's so many covers of that song in Undertale, in the Undertale fandom. Like, there's one of Chara singing it, there's one of Frisk obviously singing it, there's Sans, there's Papyrus singing, like, so many covers. It's like, yeah, it's an Undertale song. No.
Garnet sang that.
Garnet sang that when she was fighting Jasper! No, but honestly, I love seeing how, like, people, artists, writers can, like, take a character like Jeff the Killer, Hatsune Miku, Sans, and just kind of, like... I had a long conversation about Sans recently with one of my friends, and just... Oh, that just reminded me, I have a special question for you that's not on this paper.
Sure.
Well, we'll get to it, though. It's a special question.
Okay, cool.
But I will move on to the next question, though, if that's alright with you.
Yeah, of course, go ahead.
Do you think your past self would be excited or proud of the person you become, or do you think otherwise?
I think I actually think about this kind of frequently. And I think it's definitely like it can be very unhealthy to like focus on that ideology of like, do you think that a past version of yourself would be proud of you? Because like sometimes I feel like that can like mental health spiral some people, and I think it's good not to think about that too much for some people. However, I gotta say, every time I think about it, even if I didn't accomplish what I currently have accomplished, I think that I'd be proud of myself no matter what. Because even if I didn't accomplish what I accomplished that I think is very cool, I think that a child version of myself looking at a 26-year-old me and knowing that regardless of being an adult, I still like the same sort of stuff, and I'm not ashamed of liking it, and I can live life how I would like, and not have to feel ashamed. I would think that that's insanely cool. And it makes me very happy to know that I grew up with a lot of shame about like the stuff that I enjoyed, because a lot of people in my classes would usually be like, oh, we like watching adult stuff because we're more mature, and we like watching Family Guy because it's for adults. It's like a cartoon for like adults, so we're more mature than you. And meanwhile, I was still watching, Billy Mandy, watching Sonic, playing Sonic. There's a lot of shame that comes with that, and I think I'd be very happy that, regardless of what my peers enjoyed and made fun of me for, that I can live as my own person, unaffected by that as an adult, and love myself and enjoy what I like without, thinking too much about like what other people think. Hashtag let people enjoy things.
Yeah, so true. No, actually so true. Let people enjoy things.
Every time I think about that term though, it's like poisoned by like people that use it on Twitter for like being like, hey guys, I'm a part of the cannibalism community. Let people enjoy things, okay? Let people enjoy things. I like eating people. Just let me enjoy things. And it's like, okay, maybe be a little bit ashamed if you like eating people, but like,
Oh no, because you're so right about that. Because like, as someone who's like a part of like the horror community on different levels, like
some people need to be ashamed.
Yeah, like I had to rant to this about my mom, like to my mom recently. Like, my mom doesn't like that I'm into horror, right? She was like, why do you like these serial killers? Like, what's wrong with you? I'm just like, no, mom, they're
like, not. You don't like them in the way of like you think that they're like so cool and I want to be like them when I grow up.
Yeah. No.
It's just like they're scary and like cool, and I like their design, and like I know it's fake, and I don't encourage people to go murder other people.
Unlike some people who have crushes on Jeffrey Dahmer.
Oh my god!
That's
don't even get me started.
That's a real thing, and it's...
Trust me, I'm aware.
It's fucked up, and some people do need to be shamed.
Yeah, I feel bad for making this big speech about not being ashamed, but like high key, like. Some people really do need to be ashamed.
No, because like I get it. You want to encourage people to not feel ashamed for liking their interests with like.
But also like don't like insane things.
Exactly. Like
don't like really problematic things.
Just be normal. Just be cringe and normal.
I'm fucking begging on my hands and knees to like not have people not be problematic about the stuff that they like.
Exactly. No,
like for example, like you can find serial killer documentaries interesting and you can enjoy them for what they are, but you shouldn't then use that interest and be like, I actually love Jeffrey Dahmer. It's like, what are we talking about here, bro?
I actually got a tattoo of Jeffrey Dahmer on my calf.
Yeah, like
there's a very strong difference between saying I have a crush on Ghostface from the movie Scream and I have a crush on Jeffrey Dahmer or whatever real life serial killer or school shooters I have seen. People are just like, oh my god, that real life school shooter was so hot. What?
Sometimes shame is good.
Sometimes people need to shut up. Please.
So, yeah, sometimes people need to think before they speak, and also shame is good sometimes. But also, people telling you that something is problematic isn't necessarily bullying or making fun of someone. It's being like, hey, I'm worried about you because that is not a normal thing.
It's called being real, and more people need to do that.
It's not good. Yeah, more people need to be real. Like, don't make fun of people, but just be like, hey,
just be honest. Just be real.
What are we doing here?
What's going on here?
This is not great. Like, hey, you like Sonic? That's great.
Yeah.
Jeffrey Dahmer? Maybe not.
No. Like, it's a whole pipeline of like, oh, humans. Am I right?
Yeah.
Can't be one. Can't live without them. I don't fucking know. Oh my god. Well, in hand with the other question I asked, if you could go back in time, what would you tell your past self?
I would tell him to be less ashamed.
Mm-hmm.
I think that that's overall the kind of lesson that I've gathered from when I'm growing up.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think that shame has stopped me from doing so many things and meeting so many people.
Mm-hmm.
And the moment I started coming out of my shell more around like high school and realizing that other people were like me,
Mm-hmm.
other people were interested in stuff like me, other people acted like me,
Mm-hmm.
it made me happy. It made me feel seen. It made me feel like I was in my own skin.
Mm-hmm.
And like even here's the thing, right? We were just talking about like people with problematic interests.
Yeah.
Even people who have problematic interests can find camaraderie with other people who have the same problematic interests. Now, that being said,
Yeah.
obviously it's a problematic interest. However, you can at least find camaraderie in someone who is having the same struggles as you are.
Yeah.
And maybe meeting somebody who has a problematic thing going on with them that you have might encourage both of you to like
Think about it.
think about it and be seen and feel seen and be like, well, I'm glad I'm not the only one that feels this way. Maybe it's not the best, but I at least feel seen, and like maybe I can improve my fucking life
The sense
because
of like
I know that somebody else is struggling the same way I am.
the sense of belonging, basically, with what you're interested in, just being you. As Sid said, there's always a community for you, for better or for worse.
I think sometimes when people like problematic things, I think the reason that they stick so hard to them is they feel like they're the only one that feels the way that they do.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like knowing that there is people out there that have like the same sort of issues and like kind of sticking to a specific problematic thing,
Mm-hmm.
I think feeling seen in that way can kind of make you self-reflect and be like, well, I'm not the only one who like might, you know, have this issue or like might feel this specific way. So maybe I can kind of get myself together and I can self-reflect on myself and like maybe make better choices than to be into Jeffrey Dahmer or some shit. And also encourage that other person that has the same interest of the same
Maybe
like self-growth and
think
improvement.
about it.
Maybe. Yeah. But anyway, beyond the problematic stuff, I just genuinely think that like I wish I could go back in time and give myself a big hug and tell him that it's okay to be you.
Mm-hmm.
And to enjoy and to do the stuff that you enjoy and to participate in stuff that you enjoy.
Mm-hmm.
And that, you know, just because somebody doesn't like the same thing that you do and might like, you know, make fun of you a little bit, doesn't mean that like what you like is bad or that you're bad or that you need to grow up now or you need to like quote unquote mature.
Mm-hmm.
When it's not really maturing, it's just kind of being who you are.
Yeah. No, it's beautiful.
When I was a kid, I like tricked myself into thinking that growing up was like a thing you needed to do. Like you needed to like give up a part of you.
Mm-hmm.
Like for example, I thought that eventually I would just have to stop playing Pokemon. I would just have to stop like playing Sonic games or watching cartoons. But now as an adult, goddamn, I was fucking stupid. I was a dumbass kid. I can do whatever the fuck I want.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, obviously within the realm of, you know, like expenses and stuff because I have to worry about money now as an adult. But like, I am who I am, and I don't have to think too hard about that. I don't have to worry about like another person being like, ew, you like Sonic? Gross. And it's like, okay, whatever, man.
Cringe.
I fucking love cringe shit. I'm all about that shit.
Hell yeah. Yeah. People need to be more cringe. I keep telling everyone that every fucking day. Like, just like...
I also, in general, like, because of that mindset, I've been very open to, like, learning about, like, really niche and, like, not super, like, normal interests that people have. Like, I've heard some insane, like, wow, really? You're into that? I've never known that anyone would be interested in that. Like, I've never met anybody who is, like, super into Jeff the Killer, but I think that it's fucking awesome that you are.
I am obsessed with, like, creepypasta. Funny enough, my current character that you see right now, with the red and black hair, her original her original adaptation was actually me turning my OC, myself, my persona into Jeff the Killer.
That's hilarious and awesome.
I literally like I
It's such a specific inspiration, but it's like cool that like you formulated like a new like avatar from that.
The funny part is like, oh, here she is. I found her old reference sheet. Well, it's not old. I made it this year, but it's like I use it on occasion when I show my creepypasta character. But like the original like idea was like, oh man, I really like Jeff the Killer. I want to be Jeff the Killer. Not actually, but I want to be him. And so I like drew my character with like the carved smile.
Yeah, because he fucking looks cool.
Yeah, exactly. So
it's a cool design.
I literally, the very first adaptation of my character was like literally this, with the carved smile and everything. And I still use her actually for whenever I talk about creepypasta stuff or I draw creepypasta stuff. And if you think my Jeff the Killer shelf is impressive, you should see my Garten of Banban shelf.
It's so interesting to like know that there is people that are like super into Garten of Banban. I genuinely did not think that like people liked Garten of Banban in that way. So it's fascinating to know that like that is a thing that people connect with on like a deep level, despite the fact of like what it looks like.
It's so funny actually, because like I looked at Garten of Banban like I started liking it like last year, right? And I looked at Garten of Banban and was like, man, that exists. Okay, moving on. I didn't think much about it, but now I'm just like, man, it's an illness. It's such an illness now. I'm trying like, I every time I show my Garten of Banban shelf, I get like two different reactions. Like, Tim, this is very impressive, or Tim, this is very terrifying. I'm trying to find like a good picture I have. It's not. Oh wait, I do have a recent one because I remember I had to make a version of it upside down. Hold on. Oh god damn it. There we go. I'm trying to get a picture of it. It's very important that I share my Garten of Banban shelf. Every time I do an interview with someone new, I'm just like, hey, you want to see my Banban shelf? I do it all the time. You're not spared.
By all means.
This is my shelf.
Oh, sick. Yeah, that's a lot of Banban.
Yeah.
I want to apologize in advance for whenever I end up doing my Garten of Banban stream. I'm really sorry for the ways that I will make fun of this.
Oh, no, that's the thing.
Game.
That's the other thing about my love for Garten of Banban. I 100% know the flaws. I played all of the games a lot of times. I have hours on some of these chapters. And I know from personal experience that a lot of the mini portions of the games suck. Your computer will be set on fire. I don't know how you'll be able to stream it, because sometimes for some people you can't stream it because it's that fat of a game because of the polygons. Have you seen the polygons, Salty?
I have, you know, it's so funny that you mentioned that because I was on a stream earlier today and the remote polygons. Mm-hmm. We were talking about that, and I was just like, why did they do that? Is it because it's funny? Because it is pretty funny.
Hey, I don't know, because
like, I can't even tell. As somebody who doesn't have that much experience with Banban, like I can't tell if certain things are ironic or taken completely seriously.
I made Peanut's boyfriend stream Garten of Banban. Not all of it yet. I made him play Garten of Banban. I sat with him, telling him everything he needed to know about Garten of Banban. Because
wasn't it originally made as like kind of a parody of like mascot horror, or was it like genuine?
No, it was genuine from the beginning. Actually, it was never
really.
It was never. So the game was originally made by two brothers, which was the Euphoric brothers. Literally two guys. They made the game themselves. They were actually game developers before they made, like, they were always game developers before they made Garten of Banban. One of their things was like a Five Nights at Freddy's kind of clone. It was like Flumpty something with an egg. I don't remember what it was called. It wasn't the Five Nights at Freddy's like with the Flumpty guy. It was another Flumpty egg apparently. But after they made, let me find Flumpty. Hold on, Euphoric Bros. They're still making other games actually. besides Garten of Banban, they made like a kind of a Lethal Company sort of S game where you're plague doctors and you have to like run around. They haven't released it yet, but I've seen a trailer for it, and I've heard that from some people it actually looks kind of promising despite their like messy graphics.
Yeah. I actually know what you're talking about because I saw a trailer of it and I was like, wow, this looks really cool.
Oh.
And then I saw it made by the creators of Garten of Banban and I was like, what?
Oh, it wasn't Flumpty, it was Gumpty. Yeah,
Gumpty.
Yeah, Gumpty the egg. This is Gumpty. I don't know anything about Gumpty. I don't really care about Gumpty personally. But
interesting.
But no, Garten of Banban, the very first chapter, while it was made to be a demo, it was actually made in pure genuality to be a promising horror game. It's not scary by any of the means. It's really not. I played it a lot. I never got scared. Maybe it's because I have oddly romantic feelings for the red guy with the party hats, but that's besides the point. No, the game was never made in as a fan thing. It was made in pure genuality, and I will admit the creators kind of have some slight problems. They don't deal with criticism very well. I have seen a lot of like people or gamers, streamers and all that kind of like make fun of the games. I do think it's a little unfair where some people will play the game, speedrun the game, and then return it immediately on Steam. I think that's a little shitty, personally.
Yeah, I hate that sort of behavior.
Yeah, that was unfair to the creators, personally. And, Tim, you're scaring him. Shut up, Lucy! I'm not!
I'm listening.
I'm not, every time we talk about Banban, everyone's like, oh my god, she's talking about Banban now. But, no, yeah, it's really funny, because actually, from starting, I'm really sad that you only have the first 3 chapters, because believe me when I tell you, the quality of the game actually, like, gets better with each chapter. I mean it when I say that.
Listen, mm-hmm. I'm open to it being good. Mm-hmm. I am going in with some preconceived notions.
No, you're free
but
to.
I'm open. Plus, I mean, like, it's pretty rare that I play a game on stream and I universally like it, unless it's hit fan game Undertale Yellow, which everyone should play. Or most Undertale fan games. I don't know why. I just have a very big appreciation for fan games, I think. But anyway, yeah, no. Banban, I definitely think I'm gonna have a lot to say about when I play.
No, please do. Again, like,
I'm open to having a good time. I am. And honestly, there are aspects of the game that I saw that like are kind of like, oh shit, this kind of hits. Like, I've seen like footage of Opila Bird that I thought was kind of creepy. Just the way that Opila Bird looks. Opila
Bird is funny. Like, you're gonna look at Opila Bird a few times and it's just gonna be funny. There is a fandom for Garten of Banban. I'm a part of it, and I've seen it. It's very active. No, yeah, like, I have like, not my hat to the chefs, but, the games themselves are not, they're no Baldur's Gate, they're no Undertale, it's not good. It's not the best. There's gonna be some parts where you're gonna be like, why is it like this? This sucks ass, and I agree with it wholeheartedly.
And yet you enjoy it.
I do.
So I'm just like, I wanna reach into that world. I wanna figure that out. I wanna get like a semblance. Maybe I won't like it myself, but I wanna get a semblance of why people like it. You know what I mean?
If you want my honest opinion, it's the story. It's the characters. The voice acting. If this game did not have a semblance of some sort of story or even voice acting, I think the fact being it has voice acting is what makes it so charming. The fact being that there's unique characters and like somewhat of a like interaction that you as a player have with them is fun. That's what makes Garten of Banban so charming to me. The fact there's no character, well, that's a lie. There is one character I hate, which is Stinger Flynn. I fucking hate Stinger Flynn.
I'm gonna keep this in mind for when I eventually play it. I'm gonna be like, I was told that Stinger Flynn was an asshole.
Oh my god, I need to see what. Rafe, no, it's different. When you're Stinger Flynn, it's fine, but Stinger Flynn sucks. It's salty as.
Yeah, I'm taking notes.
No, it's again. fun fact, two characters in Garten of Banban are actually voiced by the creators, which is why the price of Garten of Banban games were slightly cheaper. Specifically, chapters 1 is a demo, so that's why it's free. Chapter 2 and 3 both cost, I believe, around $5, I want to say, because they did feature voice acting, but they weren't paid voice actors. They were actually of the creators. Actually, there is one other voice actress that's in Garten of Banban 2, but I don't think she was like a professional voice actress. I think she was just like a friend that joined on. So I believe that's what it is, yeah. But into chapter 4 and onwards, they got professional voice actors to join in, and that's why the price went up, because they had other people a part of the project. So, good that they're like paying their actors,
Mm-hmm.
But no, Garten of Banban is truly something. It's like I'm able to criticize for what it is, and it's a beautiful thing to me. I will look at this slop with joy.
Yeah, I mean, like, listen,
Mm-hmm.
I am an appreciator of slop.
Mm-hmm.
Even stuff I like dislike, I can find such love for. Like, there are parts of for example, really good example. I love Sonic. Sonic Forces, I do not like.
I was actually curious about that.
There are so many things about Sonic Forces that are like not good.
Mm-hmm.
However, do I still like Sonic Forces regardless? Yeah, I kind of do.
You can make
It's
your
such
OC.
like, yeah, you can make your OC. It's such like an example of like, I feel like it was the peak of like me not enjoying Sonic for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Because it just was like it was wearing the face of something that I enjoyed, but it didn't embrace Sonic in the right way.
Right.
It kind of half committed to a serious story. There wasn't really much of a plot.
Mm-hmm.
They fooled you into thinking there was a plot.
But
it's just kind of a bunch of levels stitched together. Classic Sonic's there for really no other reason other than to just have like a cool gameplay style, which like is somehow worse than it was in the game that he premiered in Generations in the modern era.
Really?
Yeah, no, his gameplay was like, I don't know what they did. They like tweaked the physics of it for Forces, and it was worse. And it just did not play as well. It was very stiff, and like, not that the level design of Forces. Anyway, not that helped it, but anyway, whatever. What I'm saying is that even the most like sloppiest of slop, even if I don't like it, I will find things to enjoy.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like Garten of Banban will be the same way when I eventually try it out, because like I was gifted it completely ironically, but I'm also like, I'm going in with no expectations other than, one or two things.
If you find
Because
yourself...
I don't know anything about the story. I just know about like the looks of the characters and the fact that there are parts of the games that run like absolute garbage no matter what system you're on.
Yeah. Never play on Switch. Never play on Switch.
I'm not. Listen, I'm not Aaron Hansen. I don't play games on like the worst ports or worst consoles.
I'm saying from experience, because I bought all of the Garten Banban games on my Switch. Don't play it on your Switch. You can't
I just don't know why they haven't optimized it at this point.
It's not even the optimization that's the problem. You can't run. You literally can't run. Like in some games, when you run, it's like, what button do you think of when you think of the run button?
Like you click the stick in and it makes you run.
That's what that's
or shift.
Like on your Switch, like you think like sometimes like B, like I think of B when I think of like, oh, I gotta run, like on my Pokemon game, like on my DS, like, oh, I'm gonna hit B, I'm gonna run, On the Garten of Banban game, you have to hold down the stick if you want to sprint.
I prefer that if it's a 3D game. Because the thing is that to run in a 3D game, you're also going to be like looking around to like turn and stuff. So you have to have your right finger on the thumbstick.
No,
on the
it's
bottom
the same,
thumbstick.
No, but you're walking and you're running the same thing, so you have to hold it down and move. And it's so uncomfortable for me. I don't understand. If you can do it, that's props to you. I can't do it because it's actually so painful.
Oh, do you have to like hold it down? You don't just like click it in and then you start sprinting?
You have to hold it down.
Oh, well that's horrible. I don't like that.
No, that's what I mean. You have to hold it down.
Why would they code it like that?
They haven't fixed it, and you can't fix it. You can't switch the buttons either on like the Switch.
why is it not just a toggle on, toggle off sort of situation? Why do you have to hold it down?
I don't know, but like I literally
That's insane.
I struggled. I never died. Like I'm a pro at Garden Bambi. I never died once in the demo and the other chapters before. Like after my first playthrough, I've never died afterwards because
you died on the Switch.
Yeah, I died on the Switch because they ruined the running feature.
That is interesting. I don't know why you would ever do that.
I never finished the 4th chapter on my Switch because I hate the running feature so much. I'm just like, oh yeah, Garten Banban on the go, even though there's like a Garten Banban app anyway. I don't like playing with my phone, honestly. I don't like playing games on my phone.
Yeah.
But no, when they had it on the Switch, it's like, yay, Garten Banban on the Switch, and then I'm like, no, carpal tunnel. It's a nightmare. I hate that about it.
Yeah, thank God I'm playing like the Steam version eventually.
But yeah, no, Steam is better. Your computer may cook bacon.
But you see, now I'm gonna feel bad because if I start shit talking the game, I'm just gonna think, but Tim loves this.
No, honestly, like I'll probably just be in your chat and be like, yeah, he's like whatever you say, he's like, yeah, you're right.
I mean, that's like me when people have criticisms of Sonic the Hedgehog. I'm like, yeah, you're right, but we all know that Shadow the Hedgehog's the coolest motherfucker around, right? Yeah, we can acknowledge that.
Everyone here knows that besides Ban, Nab is pretty cool.
I can't wait to have actual opinions on these fucking amorphous blobby monsters that I've seen on Twitter for like multiple years.
Oh, do you want to know what they're made of?
Is that a spoiler? Are we getting into spoiler territory right now?
Honestly, you're not gonna see it unless you're in chapter 4. And honestly, it's such a small detail to miss because it's a very small detail to miss.
Then I might not want to know.
Okay, fair
because
enough.
That might spoil my experience.
If you play, I'm gonna say this right now, as like, if you play the 3 Garten Banban games like on your stream, and I'm gonna watch it either in chat or just somehow, and you end up more curious of the lore, I will buy you all the rest of the chapters just so you can play them.
Well, you don't need to do that. I would do that myself. But what's it called? How long is each of these games? Aren't they like kind of on the shorter side?
Actually, no. So after the first demo, which is the first chapter, each of the games actually get a little bit longer as you play. I think the longest chapter, it might actually be it's definitely not the latest chapter. That was pretty short for me to play, even though you have to do a lot of fetch quests, but those fetch quests are the best one in my opinion. I would have to say probably chapter 2 and 3 are pretty long, actually. They're
like, how long are we talking? How many hours?
Let me go look at my Steam real quick.
Also, what do you consider long? Because I think that's different for everybody when it comes to games.
So, chapter 1 is obviously like 5 minutes. I've sped run the game. I've sped around like 3 minutes actually on it. I would say each chapter is about like, if you're first time playing it will take you about 2 hours because the mechanics in like the story and places you have to find to put places in, you do have to figure out a bit, so you have to do a bit of meandering.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm looking it up right now, and it says that Garten Banban 2 is like, for most people, it took them like 1.5 to 2 hours.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's accurate.
And Completionist is more like 3 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Like experiencing like everything, like going in every little nook and cranny.
Yeah.
Then
that's personally long for me. Where it's like if it's longer than like an hour, that's gonna be long for me. So.
Oh, you see, then that's the thing. Because I literally said earlier that Luigi's Mansion is a short game because it's 5 to 6 hours total.
Oh, I mean
that is I consider short.
Okay, well, if you're gonna play all the games, that might take you like, I say probably like 8-ish hours in total.
Oh, that's completely doable. I can 100% do that. Like, only 8 hours? Like, I streamed Deltarune Chapter 2 for 7 hours straight on launch day.
I'm not used to like doing big streams like that. Only on very rare occasions I'll stream for like longer than 4 hours.
Yeah, it's not healthy. You should not stream for like that long.
No,
you should do it in smaller chunks, which I have been trying to do, but like I can pull it off. Like, I mean, look at me right now. I just got on this stream after like a 3-hour, 4-hour long stream, and now I'm here for what, like another like 3 or 4 hours.
I still feel really bad that you can't, like, you thought this was like just a recording thing. I'm sorry, I should have specified I was gonna stream though.
It's all good. I don't give a fuck.
Okay, I care though. Honestly, I think the longest game you probably played this week. Honestly, Rave? No, it's not a Pokemon game. Pokemon's not a long game for me. I can at least finish a Pokemon game within a day. I don't know what the longest game has to be.
I was gonna say, what is the longest game? Because if you consider like over an hour or too long,
well, I mean like for streaming. I played
Elden Ring for like over 100 hours. That game goes hard.
It depends what game you mean. Like there's like endless games where there's no like end goal, like Minecraft or Stardew Valley. I have like a lot of hours on those.
I was gonna say, if it's an endless game like that, I think Minecraft would definitely take the cake for a lot of people.
Yeah. Like, I don't know. I just don't know a lot of foreign games. I haven't played that many games recently, so I wouldn't know personally.
I think probably Smash Bros. As a series, I think I've sunk the most time into long term. I just think like thinking about it. But yeah, so probably that for me. If I'm thinking like an entire series, I think Elden Ring is pretty high on that. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, I think actually might be the one I have most hours in, just because I played it so much with friends when I was younger, and even when I am now, I still play Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 with friends.
I never played Call of Duty, but I heard that there's this new feature coming to like either a new Call of Duty game or like an update where basically you can kidnap people.
Yeah, and then proximity check gets turned on, so like you can talk to them while you're holding them.
Yeah, it's really funny to me.
You can use them as human meat shields.
It sounds so funny to me.
It's interesting because I'm not really that big on like the modern Call of Duties, but like I love the Call of Duties that came out when I was into them for the first time, like Modern Warfare 2 and Black Ops and Black Ops 2 were the 3 games that I played the most.
Actually, now considering about it, I think the one game I have the most hour on is actually Animal Crossing, and that's purely because I rework my island twice a year, and then, like, it'll take me 40 trillion hours.
Valid. Animal Crossing is a good one.
I like Animal Crossing. I've only ever played New Horizons, actually. Everyone's saying, like, New Leaf, I think, is, like, the best one everyone says it is.
Yeah, people fucking love New Leaf.
Yeah, because the villagers aren't boring, apparently.
Yeah, oh yeah. New Leaf, like, New Leaf and Wild World have, like, characters that actually interact and talk instead of, like, the Switch game,
Horizons.
Fucking New Horizons. I don't know why, but they, like, nerfed the dialogue, like, super hard.
Yeah, they made everyone baby.
Yeah, everyone baby, and like they have only like one line of dialogue every time you talk to them, and there's a lot of different lines of dialogue, but like it feels like they're not having a conversation with you anymore.
I had this conversation with like another person actually, where it's like, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
I was just like, I remember having this conversation with like my friends, like I think possibly yesterday or a night ago, where it like says like, yeah, like it's the same dialogue if you have the same like villager type. Like I have like 3 lazy villagers, Filbert, Hornsby, and Zucker, and they all say the exact same thing.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. It feels like they made the dialogue shorter and more vanilla because I think maybe their thought process was that like, well, nobody's gonna like people don't like reading a lot, so why are we gonna make them say a bunch of stuff? But like, talking to the villagers is one of the highlights of the game. Like, you don't need to talk to the villagers. It's not like an RPG where like you need to talk to everybody to get information and stuff. Like, talking to the villagers in Animal Crossing is completely optional. It's like not necessary unless you want to like get to know them and stuff.
There is kind of a goal with it in New Horizons.
There is at some part, like you want to like get to know them and like get like items and like trade and stuff with them, and like get like little like kind of mini quests where they're like, hey, I've been looking for this thing, do you have it? And then you give it to them and they're like, yee.
I was more specifically thinking of like, oh, if you're a certain level of friendship when talking to this person, you get their photograph basically.
Oh, well then that's, yeah, I mean, that's good.
Yeah,
but I
that's
just like
Horizons.
I just feel like it is an optional feature at the end of the day to like fully enjoy the game. Like you don't need that. So like why not have like the more beefy text boxes of the previous games? Like Wild World and New Leaf, those fuckers yapped. When you talk to them, they had like full little fucking diatribes and shit. And I preferred that because I'm talking to them so I can learn about them, so that I can hear about like stuff they want to talk about. Like I'm interested. These little fucking guys in my video game console, I want to learn about them. But in New Horizons, it's just like, oh hey man, how's it going? I like fish.
I like fish.
All right, see you later.
All right, bye.
It's like, okay, that was like nothing. That was like a nothing conversation you just had with me.
Oh my god. I need to play Animal Crossing again. I need to update my village.
I'm considering going back and playing Wild World or New Leaf just to like feel something.
I might play like New Leaf, honestly, because everyone's telling me like how much of a different game it is, and like I only really like New Horizons. Not so much for the villagers, but like more for the decorating.
I mean, New Leaf you can do decorating too. It's just a little bit more of an investment comparatively, I think.
Yeah.
Like you definitely have to like think out stuff more, and there's not as many options as New Horizons, but it's still interesting in its own way. I think Happy Home Designer, the spin-off, I heard that was very like customizable. And you know, the whole purpose behind that being that like apparently you can even link it up with like your New Leaf save file.
Really?
So you can like access stuff from that main game, and you can like help your villagers like decorate their house or something. I don't know how it works, but it seems kind of cool if that's how that works. I could be completely wrong, and I could be making shit up. But I'd look into that. Plus, I mean, like, hey, if you have a 3DS, it's incredibly easy to mod these days, so it's very easy to access all these games still.
I don't think it's easy to mod.
Well, me looking over at the 3DSs that I've modded. Okay, yeah, I mean, it's not that easy.
I tried to mod mine, but I just like it's too hard. I can't.
I mean, yeah, like you want to avoid causing any issues. I get it.
Yeah, like I would rather just like I care about my 3DS. I would rather just have like a second one that I can just fuck up if like I do mod it.
That is true. I did have two. So I was like, just in case I break this one, which like the chances, if you are following like the website guide, the chances of you breaking it are like so astronomically low. There's just like no way that you can do that unless you're like actively not listening to the steps.
Yeah. You just push it. Yeah, everyone, especially my friend Lucy's been screaming at me, just like, it's not that hard to do it. It's like, it's hard. I don't want to do it.
What if I put Garden of Banban characters on the side of the instructions and put speech bubbles, and each of the speech bubbles had steps on modding your 3DS?
Now you caught my attention. Now I might listen.
Excellent. Okay, we're getting somewhere.
We're making progress.
We're making progress. We're making progress.
If there's funny Banban and he's talking to me, I just might pay attention.
I won't lie. If that website had Sonic characters telling me what to do, I'd probably speed up the process by like 3 seconds.
Like Sonic's like, all right, this is how you do this.
3 seconds. I meant like 3 hours. Even though it only took me like under an hour to like finish it, but like yeah. Okay, there's a fucking fly in my face now. What the fuck? Where'd this come from?
He wants to join the interview.
Yeah, he wants to join the interview.
Well, it's too bad because I only have 1.5 questions left. Which this is my important question for you, but I have the other important question for you that's specifically for you.
Sure, go for it.
But first is my most important question, and you can't run away or leave when I ask you this. You have to answer it. By law.
Shoot.
Were and are you still Team Edward or Team Jacob?
Jacob.
Really?
I've only watched the original Twilight. I don't know why, I root for the underdogs. Jacob's like a cool werewolf, so I like him more. I do think that it's weird that he imprinted on her daughter. I think that's fucked up. I don't know why the fuck they wrote that into like the films, but he did that, so I cannot support that.
For a second, I thought you didn't know about that.
I don't know why I know about that, if I'm being honest. I did not read the books or watch the movies. I only watched the first one. I only heard about that because it was an insane thing. For those for anybody who might be watching who didn't watch the movies, one of the plot points is that Bella and Edward get married and they have a baby, and I guess like Jacob the werewolf accidentally has like an emotional attachment to the baby and imprints on the baby, because that's like what like dogs do, like they imprint on things. And Bella's like, dude, what the fuck, you imprinted on my baby? And he's like, I didn't mean to, what the fuck. And I think there's something implied that like eventually like the baby grows up and they get together.
Yeah, they do. Literally at the end of the last movie, it's seen that
that's gross.
That they hold hands together at the end.
Ooh, that's gross. I hate that. Yeah. I really don't like that.
Yeah.
I wish I actually didn't know that, because now I feel horribly gross about Team Jacob.
You could switch.
But I mean, it's not like it matters. Like Edward's like a million-year-old vampire too, so like technically he's like perving on a fucking like kid.
I don't know about rules like that. It's like, oh, he's like a million years old, but he's like a teenager or something. I don't know. That I never liked that rule. I never liked that character.
Dude's like
law.
Leonardo DiCaprio, but like a vampire.
He's like
Leonardo DiCaprio is known for dating very young women.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was clear.
No, I was just like, you were just like, oh my god, you're so right.
I don't think I can support either of these fictional characters now. I feel like I'd be very problematic to pick either.
Are you team?
But I will say
then?
that Jacob is the cooler one because he's like a werewolf.
I was gonna say, I mean, if you weren't gonna pick either, are you team Belle then?
I'm team Belle. Please leave this man. He's obviously problematic.
You know what? I'll accept that. I'll accept that answer. Because funny enough, you were gonna be, if you just stayed on Jacob and your like reason was just like, oh, I like the first movie was, and that's it, nothing else from beyond that, it like counts. If you would have been.
I did watch the first movie and I did enjoy myself, but knowing where the movies go, I'm hesitant to keep watching. But I'm almost deathly curious.
I thought about watching the Twilight movies because I'm just so curious about it. I tried watching it once with my as like a double date night one time, but I couldn't understand what was happening because there was a lot of talking over the movie, so I couldn't understand half of it. But I've
had that stuff happen where like we put on a movie and I'm like trying to pay attention, but like the conversations is also really like engaging, so I'm like, oh fuck, well I guess I'm not watching.
It wasn't even like the conversation was engaging, it was just like there was too many people talking over the movie. I'm just like, I can't hear it, I don't understand, you keep talking, please. And I actually talk over movies sometimes, but I pause at least.
Yeah, I pause and rewind if it's something that's important.
Exactly. But no, that's like always I won't watch them just to make fun of them purely. But now I'm on my final question to you, and this is not my question. This was a question that was requested from one of my mod friends, Rave.
Oh, here we go.
This was requested.
I'm bracing myself.
Mario Warfare?
The Wii homebrew game?
Is that what that is? Rave, where are you?
Is it just did they just say Mario Warfare and that's
it? That's all he asked me to ask you. Do you know it? Do you want to know anything about it?
Oh no, I don't think they are talking about the Wii homebrew game. I think they're talking about a web series called Mario Warfare.
Yeah, that.
I've never heard of this before in my life.
Okay, that answers that question.
I'm looking this up.
I don't know anything about it. My friend Rave has been telling me I need to watch it, and we just never make time for it.
There's like an hour-long movie cut of every Mario Warfare video.
Mm-hmm.
This feels insane. I can't believe that this is like a thing that exists that I've never heard of before.
Yeah, no. we still need to have a movie. My friend Rave has been telling me about watching it, and I just never watched it. And like, I mean, you're into Mario, so I guess like it made sense to ask you.
Yeah, I think I was thinking of Super Mario War.
No,
It's like a Wii homebrew game that I saw that people liked.
Nope,
But
Super
Mario
Mario
Warfare.
Warfare.
Mario Warfare, I mean, like, it looks interesting. It definitely looks like it came out in like 2015, which I'm just now learning is the case.
Mm-hmm.
But God, I am kind of interested.
Oh.
I might need to watch this coming up with some friends.
That'd be an excuse for me to watch it finally, honestly. Oh my god. But that's my last question I had for you, and I had a fun time having you on here.
Holy shit. Oh, sorry, I got excited. Ness was in this. Ness is apparently in Mario Warfare, so... And Kirby, apparently. I didn't know it was... I didn't think it was... I thought it was just Mario characters, but it seems like a Super Smash Bros. Type thing.
I don't know anything about it. I only ever like heard the name. I've never seen anything about it.
This genuinely seems right up my alley. Tell your friend I appreciate them bringing this to my attention.
You're welcome. That was Rave Zion.
Thank you so much, Rave.
But no, yeah, thank you for joining me today, though.
Yeah, of course.
I genuinely had such a fun time having you on here and talking and honestly getting to know one of my biggest inspirations of streaming and like making stuff, honestly.
What? Get the fuck out of here.
No, I told you we met once during the Q&A, and funny enough, before I had even joined that server, you were always a big inspiration of mine when I was a child. It's so weird saying that because we're not that old. Like, we don't have that much of an age gap, but in high school, you were a very big inspiration to me.
I mean, I was also in high school when I was making videos, so,
yes,
like, you were just like, wow, this other high schooler's pretty cool.
No, like, honestly, your vlog series specifically is what I loved watching. I love watching
that
your
is
vlog
okay.
series.
You automatically get bonus points because whenever somebody brings up like the OG stuff, like the vlogs, I'm like, okay, you get it.
Yeah, no,
Like I love the new stuff as much as the other people do, but like I really wish that I had I really wish I took the time to edit more vlogs, even if they don't get that many views, because I genuinely do enjoy making them, and I like making the little stories and stuff with them too. I think it's fun.
No, your vlog videos were specifically always one of my favorites, and I would always rewatch them. I love them all because they're all so fucking funny. When you and Mikey went to the Big Apple.
The Big Apple. Hey, even though I don't really do them that much anymore, eventually I would really like to go back to them because I have like 4 more recorded that I just never edited.
I would love it if you continue them because that was the one series that I along with the Friend Luck, that was another series I loved, of course, but the vlogs were like personally a fave. Very much.
I trust me, like, you're not the only one. Me and my friends really like doing them, and like I loved editing them in post and like doing like stupid edits with them and shit too. It felt very much like it was encapsulating a very certain time of my life, so I don't know how I would do them now if I ended up doing them again. But hey, eventually I do have that footage, and I could just use it as like a time capsule to a different time and like, I don't know, make an edit of it or something. I don't know. Eventually, I keep telling myself I'm gonna eventually do it, but I keep like forgetting about it. But one day that footage before I die will be uploaded in some fashion.
You better because like it again. It's Go ahead.
There's some really fucking funny bits too that just never made it to. If you want to hear about one of them, we went to a convention. We went to a local convention, like me and Mikey, and like another friend of ours. And at the convention, we found some like collections of like old Punch Out memorabilia. The video game Punch Out with like Little Mac and all that shit. And me and Mikey are super into Punch Out. Mikey got into it especially because of Smash Bros. Like for Wii U, because he got really into the character Little Mac
Yeah.
from Punch-Out in Smash Bros.
Yeah.
Like, he was a really big fan of his play style. And also, like, he cosplayed as him because I was like, dude, you could nail a Little Mac cosplay. So
Yeah.
he did it, and he looked fucking awesome.
Aw.
But we found this really cool Punch-Out memorabilia where it was like there's a character in Punch-Out that like when you punch them, their pants falls down. King Hippo, when you punch him in the stomach, his pants fall down in the Wii game, and you can see his boxers and stuff like that like exposed. And it's a funny moment. But apparently there was like some sort of like pre-order bonus where you could get like King Hippo's boxers.
Ooh.
And we got them. And like he tried them on as like a joke and stuff. Turns out you're not supposed to actually wear the boxers because we looked at the tag after, and turns out they were painted with lead. So they're actually not good to like be close to your body.
Oh no!
Which is so fucking funny. And I'm like, dude, you put on the cancer boxers? Oh no!
Not the cancer boxers.
That's bad. The cancer boxers. We found that out on camera too, which was so funny. We were just looking at each other like, oh my god, dude. Dude, I like put this close to my face and shit.
You need to finish it. You gotta finish it.
I gotta track down the footage again. It's on my like one of the hard drives that I use that's just been sitting there.
Oh, that's amazing. Oh my god.
Yeah, so preview of the vlog that I never finished editing.
That's amazing. Oh my god, but no, in all honesty, like again, like yeah, I watched you when I was like in high school. My friends, a lot of my friends know how much of a fan I was. Still, I'm more of an appreciator now, honestly. I feel a little cringe calling myself a fan. It's like, I appreciate you. I see you as a human being than like a statue. I worship you as I used to.
Thanks. I like human being, me. Being.
But you were definitely one of my biggest inspirations to start like content and like streaming actually, and I thank you for that, genuinely.
Oh, well, of course. I mean, like, I think at the end of the day, a lot of this sort of stuff, I was inspired by somebody else, and I'm glad that that inspiration flowed through into another person. That makes me really happy, and that's kind of all I could have ever wanted from this.
It's that sort of like, not transition, what am I thinking? Like, that sort of like passing that I hope to pass it to other people as I'm doing my stuff that you've inspired me to do. That's the fun of being a creator.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. Sorry, I just found the footage and I'm just sifting through it. Like, yeah, I really should like edit this.
Oh my god, I'm so excited for what you do, but no, but again, thank you, Salty, for joining me. This has been such an honor and a pleasure to have you here.
Also, before I forget, if you would like to check out vlogs of a very similar style, I would definitely suggest Sugar Pine 7, because those were one of the main inspirations behind me doing vlogs in the first place.
I'll bet. I bet I love those.
I think that you would enjoy it. If you find a playlist of all the vlogs in order, they're very like, they're like weirdly story-driven improv type comedy vlogs, where like they just started as normal vlogs, and then as they went on, they got more insane and just like told like actual stories and shit, and they would put them out daily, so it was like they were just doing this on the regular. It's not around anymore, but like definitely those are like classics. And you'll probably see the inspiration pretty quickly upon watching some of them.
I'll definitely look into them because they sound really good.
I'll shoot you a link.
I'll
shoot you a link off stream.
Please, but I am
But yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to butt into the sign off.
Oh, no, you're so fine. No, it's so good. But like, again, thank you for joining again. Like, it's an honor, basically. It's an honor to me, and I hope my viewers enjoyed the interview. I had fun, and this has been truly just like a really fun night for me. I love doing these streams, especially talking with people and just hearing their stories, and it's very fun to hear your story especially, so
Of course. Yeah, no, I really liked sharing and talking.
Who doesn't? But thank you everyone for joining me in the chat, and thank you for my mods for sticking around for this one, because I know I asked y'all to be here just in case. But I am going to set up a quick raid to go bother someone. I see Joe streaming, so why not? I feel like bothering Joe. I always feel like bothering Joe. Let me go bother Joe. Raid Joe Kid. There we go. And for my raiders, please do not forget our raid message: Rare Chuck E. Cheese Showroom 90 Share Phase 3 HTF. Please spam that in his chat. If you don't, you're raiding wrong somehow. I will see y'all tomorrow with the next interview and more streams. And yeah, thank you for being here. And I will see you all tomorrow.